Dive and kick in. And of course, Glory Future, one of the big tournament favorites, versus Team Bogedy, star-strutted team as well.
Here we go on table A, and we're starting with Malice. Speaking of other picks, or maybe Malice is just a main pick. You know, maybe everyone just watched last year's World Championships and thought Malice was the best deck, so we'll just take it again.
Malice trades so well with those hand trips if you have multiple cards to start with, and yes, that is backup at Ignister, and that one gets Effect Veilet as well, but still you can extend after this, right?
Yeah, I mean, Malice is one of those decks. You start with a Chessie Cat, and it feels
hey
so
guys,
bad
I
because
am
you just
here.
haven't
I
done
am
anything,
sorry.
but you kind of have to
I
implement
decided
it,
to
because
tune
if
in
they
though.
would have banished another Malice monster, then you would feel even worse. But here we are.
I
with
just
the
add my
Wizardos.
camera
Gonna
in.
banish the Chessie Cat, and Chessie Cat's going to come back, and we're going to go into a Malice Link 3.
And you gotta negate that too. White Binder here is such a crucial card, because if you do not put an end to the White Binder shenanigans, Malice
One
is
second,
going to
guys.
go
I'm
crazy.
doing this
This
all
card
at
has
once
wreaked
on
so
stream.
much havoc in the TCG
There we
OCG
go.
that in the TCG it is not allowed anymore. Here in Master Duel it's still very much alive and kicking, so that card is now, I think, actually just resolving, if I am interpreting the playing field right. Yes!
Ooh.
We are getting out that empty piece, so I wonder if that Effect Veiler on the backup at Ignister was the correct choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to do something. You've got you've got to throw it, because if you don't,
Alright.
then you're going to be
Everything
staring
looked
down
good.
a wizard instead. But yeah, there's so many places where you'd need to use the Effect Veiler, but still, it's got to feel so tough when you've used 2 cards from your hand already, and your opponent somehow has 5 and a monster on the field, and it feels like it didn't stop them.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the start to full combo as well, because we have only used Chessie Cat so far, and of course you can maybe even get out some more here. We haven't used Dormouse, we haven't used White Rabbit, and now March Hare. We picked up Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion as the answer to that, so is that possibly the end to the turn of Tusk?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Malice cards were banished from the grave, so when you use...
Yes!
Yeah, there it is. So you've used 3 cards, but you've got to think, well,
And
maybe
let's add
for
in.
Tusk, he's got 3 cards that aren't Malice.
One of Rotary revealing the queue,
chat.
that is just absolutely massive. Such a hard combo to play around, honestly. But first of all, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Is there another way to stop his opponent from playing?
Yeah, I mean, Malice, again, if it's not got Malice cards to extend with, then you've got to think maybe those cards are interaction for your opponent. But, yeah, as you say, it's both Malice and Cooltoon famous for just being able to
Of
breeze
course,
through
Cooltoon.
interaction. We saw the Malice deck, it took 3 cards to stop him, and the Cooltoon deck, you know, it's already been hit with 1, but now we're going to see a second piece of interaction there, the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill. I think most people would probably rank this card as a little weaker than something like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence, but this is the beauty of the format we're playing, where you know, you can't just choose your favorite non-engine for every deck, and we get to see the hand there.
Oh, that is a lot of gas there, but that is not a lot of interruptions. And now we have a cool.
He said that's a lot of gas there.
Just almost full combo here against no interruptions. I think we might encounter an early end to this game, even though we're only getting 1 search.
Yeah, that is all gas.
Sorry guys,
no
I am
breaks, but no
editing
breaks
my
for the opponent,
OBS
right?
while
So-
I'm on stream, so bear with me.
And that's, yeah, it's going to pick up a Rico.
That's the Earthbound Immortal that we needed to get even more gas. So on the side of Boken, he just had every single piece of interaction that he needed to stop the turn, and then the rest was just engine. This is just how you want it to be. Normal summon Rekko, add mix. That is so strong. We haven't even used our normal summon. We have used JJ and we have used the Rotary in the beginning.
So you get 3. Really interesting from Tatsuki there, how he's managed to get that wizard stuck in hand that was revealed. Because he did choose to banish Chessie Cat from his graveyard. Probably a good reason for it, but it seems to have gone badly when the Ghost Bell came down. And we're going to bounce it even, which is the best way to deal with Malice Link monsters.
Do we win here?
How many life points do we have? Because Malice can get quite low.
I still don't think that's it, because you can deal 6-4 with the B2B and 100 with Mix. The measly 100 attack points for Mix might become a problem. However, have we used JJ Cooltune's effect to summon something from deck? That's a very, very important question here.
I'm also wondering how large is RS at this point?
Oh, that's also
yeah, there's like 3 or 4 hand traps gone. There's also a few, there's at least one tuner in the grave of Malice, so I think RS might be it. But the other fun thing about Malice is you don't actually need to do 8,000. You can put them on, like, if you put them on 500 or 600 life points, they're not going to be able to do very much.
But don't forget, I mean, I said there's no interaction with the opponent, but Marcha is still, of course, going to be able to be used. And I think Bogota or Tusk is right now thinking about it, because right now there is no Zalen activation. So we are trying to build up a little bit of a defense, getting this Dormouse out, but I think that's just basically fine.
It feels like a very, you know, it's very defensive though, because when you do this now, rather than trying to damage you, we can instead just go for the remix instead and make sure we have enough follow-up and interruptions for the next turn. So it's a choice, but it feels like one of those like playing to stay in the game rather than playing to try and win the game.
Yeah, because that is now really tough to overcome with the Ignis T3CH and the Wizard. So I mean, there's a bunch of tuner hand traps in the graveyard of Boken.
This is
hey guys, thanks for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah. Zalen plus.
Figured I'd get up tonight and watch this. It's
Zalen
1 p.m. in Japan, and it is
remix, and that's looking like it, right? The
like 1 a.m. over here. I think that's the correct time, right?
Make any impact on the game unless you have a Dark Blink monster on the field already.
It's really not going to cut. We even add Q to our hand, get the Rekko out, so we don't even need a tuner. Understanding that our opponent doesn't have any more pushes here, adds a clip to the hand. So we do have further interactions in that if we need it, but that is not the case. And with 3,700 life points left, that is going to be a closed out game very, very soon.
It's Cooltunes, of course it is.
Going second for Cooltune. That is one of the things about putting so many hand interactions in your deck, which is what Cooltune is just famous for.
Crackle.
Crackle also just showing off a little bit more. That's some big temporary attack that you can get with this card. Also, I like this because you're getting more information out from your opponent.
That's actually very neat. You get to see the whole extra deck.
You get to deal 3,300 to 8. That is going to cut it, and lucky for us, none of the other games have finished yet. So Duel B or Duel C, we're gonna see both, but Bogey is leading 1-0.
Yeah, from Cooltune over to Draco Tail.
Draco Tail branded.
This is looking pretty great for Draco Tail branded here on table.
Anybody there who's tuning in, what y'all play? Shouldn't we all be here right now?
Yeah, you're right. That is a very, very dominant field. Have we entered the battle phase yet? No, it's still main 1. That is already a lot of damage. So we're possibly going to see a tie up here for Glory
Excuse me,
Future.
guys.
Yeah, Draco Tail doesn't take as many actions as other decks, but because it just pumps out monsters with 3,000 attack points over and over and over again, it doesn't really need to. It's so easy to get 8,000 damage. This looks like way more than 8,000 damage, to be honest, but, you know.
I find it very comforting to play those decks. To just know, hey, you know what? If I need to, I can end the game quickly in a desperate situation where I'm behind on resources. Because I just summoned an extra Arcalion for 3,000.
Yeah, exactly. Or in this case, you know, maybe he thought the tiebreaker was how much damage he did. So he's like, if I do 15,000 damage rather than
I hope everybody paying
8,000,
attention.
These
are your everyday decks that we run into in rank.
Now we're gonna see. Oh, this game is looking very close to the end as well. 8,000 damage on the table here. So we're gonna see. Wow. Bogey taking it 2-1 in the first round.
Yeah, but just like both teams are in total so far in score, 2-1 for Glory Future and for Bogey. Very close head-to-head race here in round 4 as well. So That was quite nice. I mean, all of these games basically ended at the same time, right? We got to see some of these finishing moments. But that was a really, really interesting game one that we saw there from Tusk versus Bogan, where we saw basically a really strong hand trap interaction there. And honestly, Malice, I don't want to say it's not what it used to be, but when I played Malice back in the day, and I was not the best Malice player, a Veiler and an Impermanence would have not stopped the deck.
But there was Veiler, Impermanence, and Bell. So that was the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you're just so confident because you breeze through Veiler, you breeze through Impermanence, and you think, well, you can negate my monster, but I wasn't really using it for its effect. I was just going to link it off anyway, so it doesn't really feel like you achieved that much, but Bell kind of stopped. It got like 2 for 1, right? Because if the March Hare had resolved, we would banish another Malice from hand, we would summon another monster. So that Bell stopped 2 monsters from coming down, and it turned out to be enough.
It was also rather risky now that I
feel like I'm watching everyday ranked duels, for real, for real.
If that trap card that was set wasn't the MPT, was the MTP,
I'll never get them the right way around.
But it could have been the TB11, the one that summons from deck. I don't think the Ghost Spell would have stopped the entire turn, honestly.
Yeah, there was some, interesting lines. It's one of those things like, you can say, oh, he did it this way and he lost a Ghost Spell, he shouldn't have done it that way, but you also need to play around other cards. So maybe one thing that if you're a Malice player, I would probably least like to see is Harmonia. That's probably got to be one of the cards that probably makes it harder for Malice than anything else that's come out recently, because against Malice, it's a link deck, so you need to clear monsters off the field, and Harmonia can take 2 monsters off the field by itself. So maybe if you're always thinking about 3 or 4 different hand traps, you could lose to one, but maybe you were just trying to beat the other one.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Harmonia is a card that has found its way into not too many decks. Of course, it's very limited in playability when it comes to decks because it needs a ton of synchro monsters in the extra deck. But would you define this card as meta warping or game warping when it's being used?
It's really interesting. It's one of those cards that definitely goes into all the decks that it can, so you'd have to put it up there. It definitely like warps decks around it. You'll try and include it. You've seen some people like experiment with branded, maybe I can put it in and play a bunch of synchros in that. So it's definitely a really interesting card, and yeah, I would say so, but I guess not a shared card this time around, because there's not so many synchros.
Whoever's viewing, man, thank you guys for viewing.
But I mean, I also love that for this format, right? A card that is exceptionally strong, but you can only play it in one deck. That's a jackpot for me as a deck builder.
Yes, exactly. And here we see some exceptionally strong cards that you could play in different decks, but one will do the trick. One Zodiac Barrage. We've seen it in earlier rounds, just how much advantage you get off just this one card.
I mean, at this point, this looks like a pure Zodiac deck, right? When you have searched the red peel with your broad pull and you've used Barrage to summon out the Rammer. So I think we are guaranteed to see some more of those Radiant Typhoon cards in hand already for Rain. Rain's looking very, very solid in this set.
Yeah. This deck, it's so explosive, isn't it? We're going to see now Utopic Future? No, we're going to see Tiger Mortar.
This one of those
different ways to sort of
This one of those decks that you run across in rank, you're like, holy shit, I don't feel like dealing with this.
Old school tricks, but they do so much more now. Back in the day, you would just sort of end on maybe 1 or 2 Tridents and a rank 4, but now, of course, you can use all of those 0 attack monsters and turn it into something like a Sarija or a Utopic Future.
Yeah, or later on a Rairatori, the Ritual Beast Ulti Rairatori. But now, first of all, F0 Utopic Future.
Yeah, it's so good to be able to
imagine making a right-click mistake right now.
You're insulated from any potential Nibiru's, Ash Blossoms, or anything like that.
We're sending a Barrage, so we are thinning our deck. If we get to activate Vision later, then we don't want to draw into any more of those. Always those nice little interactions. I remember back in the day playing the TCG when you were afraid of activating the effect of Zodiac Red Peer to not get Ghost Ogred.
Yeah, I mean, now you could say the same maybe about Harmonia, but I guess you just kind of play and see what happens, because that Harmonia is going to hit you at some point. But this is kind of worst case scenario here for your opponent when they see you've got both the Zodiac engine and the Radiant Typhoon engine. We're going to see so much advantage. Here comes Saryuja. Let's draw 4. That's why
so
we
much
get rid of
advantage.
Barrage from the deck. So you don't want to draw that
So
anymore.
that's
You
a
could
rough
increase
board
the
to deal
quality
with.
of your draws, and this is just going to be so much advantage to try and come back from.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to play against that. And also, you've got all of your Earth monster summons out. You've got your Utopic Draco Future on the field already. I think it's it's time to start to use Crusader.
Oops,
The
sorry,
card
guys.
that locks you into wind effects, just like Megala does. That's something I've learned the hard way when playing this deck.
One of the things I think when you play on Master
There we
Duel,
go.
if you make the wrong move and the game doesn't let you play the card, you have to learn them the hard way. Whereas if you play with a friend, they say, oh, you can't do that. Whereas playing Master Duel, you have to learn. You say, why can't I do that? Is the game not working? He's like, no, it's definitely you.
And then you gotta start reading. Then the reading starts. Now we are adding the Sven as well as a Mystical Space Typhoon. So this setup is just beautiful. Just the moment Zodiac Brothel came off of the Forbidden and Limited list, Radiant Typhoon popped off.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie.
One of the most powerful cards we've seen.
I can't wait to see what they got in this hand.
There's a bunch of rank 4s which do a similar thing of, you know, searching a monster of a particular type, but Brawl Ball even more powerful because
this
you can
Zodiac
use it multiple
board
times
is
in a
crazy.
turn, and you can like use the Zodiac rank up capability of just putting one on top of the other. So it's so easy to get to, and
What's down there at the
yeah,
bottom?
it's
Cool
crazy.
Tones.
Yeah, one Broad Bull is not only a search, right? One Broad Bull is also a pop, the reborn of the Rembram, so there's way more things that you can do with that. Now Ascension is gonna be Mystical Space Typhoon, so we are amassing resources like crazy. Rain is making sure that he also has incredible follow-up in the next turn after building up that huge field. Every single time a field like that goes completely uninterrupted, it's most of the time looking really grim for the opponent. However, Tusk might have something, a trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, it is a tough one to play against. This. Normally when you see like the Radiant Typhoon getting to Megala as well, getting to activate the effect, summon out.
Thank you guys for joining in and watching, man.
Aponics, get that
This
extra
duel looks
monster
bad,
negate,
doesn't it?
and we're going to get the trap, draw an extra card, threaten our opponent with any.
It does not look
mystical
good for
space
the
typhoon.
opponent
There's
right
just gonna
now.
be so much going on right now.
Yeah. 100%. The field is borderline unbreakable.
Yep. Yeah. I
What's
think
that?
that's
Cool
a
Tune
very
and Branded
fair
are cooking down at the bottom.
I mean, normally you see people, if you're going to break a
that
field
Branded?
like this, it's when you've gone,
Yeah.
you know, you've put a bunch of cards in your deck for going second, but we're not going to see any of that. You know, we're not going to see evenly matched. We're not going to see Dark Ruler no more. Maybe some droplets, maybe some crowns if we're lucky.
But, I mean, Malice is considered something like a counter deck towards Radiant Typhoon. I don't know if that still applies if you draw none of your hand traps, no impulse, no nothing. And then you will have to play into a full field. I don't know if that's still the case that it counters the deck, but we are definitely going to see. There is a bunch of interactions that you can chain to Mystical Space Typhoon, which make it way harder to use the Mandate. However, there is also F-Zero and the Rairatori, even though Rairatori also not the craziest of interactions. Oh, that looks like Sky Striker to me.
Yeah, this doesn't look like Malice. Makes a lot of sense. We're going to see Sky Striker's kind of classic for just letting the opponent play all the way through, and then you just say, I'm just going to beat you with 6 spells, and we're just going to get straight on. MST, of course, does negate in 2026. It didn't negate on the playground, or maybe
It
did,
does negate in
depending on who the friends
2026.
were. But now, now it does. Once more.
I mean, if you're playing versus Sky Striker and they had no interaction anyways, chances are this still resolves, or you're absolutely fine with saying, well, okay, you know what, you negate my Upstart Goblin. That seems like a fair trade for me. Take out 1 MST plus negate and give you an Upstart Goblin.
Got some
Duel
Cool
B
Tunes
has
one again.
already finished on the other side.
Looks like
So
Brandon's
the
about to
future
finish.
Is
Is that
time
Brandon?
to score up 2-2. So
Brandon
as it
Dracozel?
looks, we might have one of those real nice 3-3 situations. Perhaps to have the last set matter so much. But we are sending the Upstart Goblin. It just resolved, and that is a really good sign.
It's an interesting interaction here, like why you let someone
Like, we better
activate
have
the
ourselves
mandate
a
instead of just
match.
chaining the linkage directly to the MST. There's probably some subtlety to it that I'm missing, but you could just stop your opponent from activating the mandate at all. I don't think it's once per chain, so I don't see what the advantage of like letting.
Who
your
y'all
opponent
got?
target.
MST? MST or Striker, who's gonna win, guys?
To hit the linkage, then the upstart would also get negated.
Yeah.
But yeah, there might be something I'm missing there.
We are going in for
Brandon
the
Dracotel's going for the kill.
Purge. Such
Down at
a
the bottom.
card as well. The fields just get scarier and scarier when there is non-engine involved, and Saryuja has been summoned.
Yeah, Brandon Dracotel just got it over with. Game on that one.
Very,
GG.
very prominent in this game.
Yeah, there's got to be another MST surely lurking somewhere. The Rotary you mentioned, it stops monsters from being tributed, which is interesting. It does have an application against Sky Striker, right? Because Ray is happy to tribute itself, as is Zero. So it's a sort of a mini floodgate.
It's true, yeah. It's actually hindering the field breaking capabilities even more. The Amatsu is, of course, a card that likes to prevent the Varuron or the Raivatori effect, or of course the F-Zero Utopic Draco Future. However, you kind of want to activate, you need to activate monster effects in order to lure those out. And if you have a monster in your extra monster zone, like the Amatsu, the Sky Striker doesn't really activate a lot of effects. So while that card prevents your opponent from activating effects while it's on the field, you can't force him to activate those effects.
Yeah, it's a very like Sky Striker kind of link. It does very little, but it does something, and it's kind of free. So it's very much in keeping with Sky Striker, isn't it? You just have like 100 tiny little effects to gain some advantage, and then you have one very big effect, which is Engage. But that Engage maybe not going to be picked up. Is the Draco Future going to resolve? Let's see at the end of this chain.
Widow Anchor, and now maybe it's time for the second Mystical Space Typhoon. If Rain decides to chain that, there is of course the chance that if that card gets played around, you're losing a lot here. Like if you're Mystical Space Typhoon,
he didn't chain nothing.
Sending the Anchor, negating the Varuron, what are you left with?
Yeah, you don't know what these interactions could be.
That's
they
interesting, huh?
Bluffs, they could be nothing, could be have triple tactics, talents, or thrust. Or
If you struggle on Master Duel, this is damn sure we should be watching.
Although, we saw an activation of Dominance Purge from hand.
Yeah.
So maybe that indicates you wouldn't, and he had to wait until he'd activated Mystical Space Typhoon before he could activate Dominance Purge, which makes me think you wouldn't set any bluffs. Yeah. So we were expecting all three of those face-down cards to be live.
I mean, one is the Ascension, right?
Yes, one is the Ascension.
Space Typhoon before, so that one should be an interaction, I would think. We're taking away the F-Zero, and that, of course, is going to build us up for a Zeke. Zeke, of course, fantastic removal, tries to banish a card until the end phase of your opponent's next turn. So we're trying to get out the Varuron. And even if that gets negated now by the Varuron, Zeke has done its job.
Unless there are two Mystical Space Typhoons in the grave, which I think there might be, that would destroy it. Not. Okay, just the one.
Well, that is important because we haven't even used Ray yet. So that destruction would have actually done something.
I don't think there's a Ray in the grave, though, because this is just all
exactly.
off linkage. So yeah, the destruction would have been fantastic.
I have a feeling we have Ray in hand, though. I don't know if we've searched it before, but it's in my gut.
You always have that feeling.
Yes, I have.
Hey, Prince, thanks for tuning in, bro. I'm not sure.
And if you were a Sky Striker player,
I woke up late, man. I went to the dentist earlier today. I took a nap. I dropped the video earlier. I went to sleep, and then I woke up and said, I'm going to stream the World Championship. But I was checking the comments right before it started, and somebody was saying that. Somebody else, yeah, I mean, somebody else was asking that. We're not sure.
If this is trying to go for the battle phase to do some shenanigans there, but more likely it is just setting up our Lemnis Gate to be able to shuffle back more names. What do we have in our graveyard? I think it's only
you remember the name of Sam's team?
One Widow Anchor and a linkage. So that's 3 cards. You can also put back 3 extra deck cards.
Yeah, it's so easy to get a bunch of extra deck monsters now in the graveyard for Sky Striker because there's 4 or 5 different names.
Oh.
Just link through all of them. So we're targeting 6 cards in total, and we're going to get to banish. We'll return them all, and then a sort of a non-target.
Sky Striker is insane. It's lasting this long with MST. They had a full board.
Do we not have a Mystical Space Typhoon there? Because if we just bounce the mandate here, there's not even the threat of that anymore. We could also take the Ascension now.
Can you set the mandate, activate the mandate from hand?
No.
Okay, it's just filled deck and grave, is it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure at least. I always discarded with vision, so I don't think it ever came up, but I think it's just deck and grave it. Otherwise, now that
Who y'all got? Sky Striker or MST? Sky Striker's hanging in there.
To use that on the Lemnis Gate.
Oh.
You don't need to bounce the Varuron because it has negated already, so you take away the Ascension and another card. Normal summon, Sky Striker, Ace, Ray, the prettiest words in the English language.
Yeah, here comes Ray. Basically, the whole way is clear, but can you do all the damage you need? It seems very unlikely when you've already used Kigari's effect. So, yeah, maybe we're just... Oh, we're not going to do very much at all.
We haven't used Zero yet.
Yeah, so why the set? Maybe the set is just for some linkage insurance.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh, we haven't even attacked over the Varuron. Oh, we have left open the Ascendance. That's very interesting. So Crosea is being summoned here. Oh, the set card also played around the Crosea, being indestructible by battle.
Yeah, that's very neat. Nice play here, because when your opponent has a 0 that they can activate, you often want to, you know, why would you activate the Ascendance there? Well, it's to activate it early before your opponent has a non-target destruction on the field, because then they could activate it.
Oh, they
as
lost.
a turn player, and then even if you chained the
they had
Crosea, the Crosea would be destroyed before it.
They had something in their hand.
All very heads-up play from both players here.
I like the crown on the Crosea as well.
Yeah, they have Forbidden Crown. It's crazy.
Like mid-turn on a Crosea, but keeping the follow-up in check is very important. However, this is one of the toughest matchups to play as Sky Striker. A deck that just recycles Mystical Space Typhoon all the time for a back row deck is really tough.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how much the Radiant Typhoon deck was setting up, but Sky Striker,
Sam's team came in 5th.
But you can always say that it often feels that way when you're playing Sky Striker or some other deck. Where
He'll have a video. He'll have a video by Saturday.
You know, the amount of follow-up you have to deal with can be deceptive sometimes, I would say.
Look at that. It's 2 monsters. One of them is actually a monster negate that checks the 0. If we still have 1 Mystical Space Typhoon in our graveyard, we can potentially draw another card with a mandate this turn. 5 cards in hand. This is way more than just...
Were there any other YouTubers?
5 set cards. Starting things off with a Mystical
like, was Jesse or anybody on the team?
So
I don't know. I know I seen Jesse saying that he was going to Worlds.
Or just negate the Varuron. I think stealing is a understandable attempt if we especially only have 1 Widow Anchor.
Yeah, the only thing is it would switch off something like Linkage. But stealing is definitely a very valid thing to do. I assume there's more than 3 spells in the grave. But maybe there's just more Sky Striker spells we have face down.
And we have used Lemnis Gate to bounce, so we have taken away some of our spells in the graveyard. Oh, we want to deny
Imperm
with the Infinite Impermanence, and I dig that. But there's already another Mystical Space Typhoon. There's always another Mystical Space Typhoon. That is so huge. Look at that. The mandate already being established is now being able to probably negate the Infinite Impermanence and then grab another. Oh, we are going to see another Lemnis Gate getting our Ray out just to chain it. We're not going to even bounce anything from the opposing side. We're not going to put anything back into our opponent's hand.
Yeah, but you just really need to activate it there, because otherwise your Infinite Impermanence is toast. But it does feel a little uncomfortable, maybe, to put back a Ray from your graveyard if it's the only one.
I mean, you have 0 in play, so that can get you another Ray, but you would have to use it now, because Varuron already says, hey, yo, everyone, I'm here.
I'm back again.
Back again. I can negate that 0, but there's another Eldam as well. At this point, slowly but surely, Tusk is running out of option.
Yeah, we are seeing the Radiant Typhoon having both these decks, in fact, have the sort of inbuilt recycling in the form of Lemnis Gate and Mandate, but it looks like having to go first, getting to use the Mandate multiple times, might just be too much resource. As you said, the 0 not going to do much when there's a Varun in play. We cannot Ash the 0 because we've already used Dominance Purge this time. I don't know about Bell being in the main deck. I guess we will see.
It is so incredibly strong, this matchup for the Radiant Typhoon deck. Oh, we have another Widow Anchor hidden there as a set card. That was deceiving, negating that
Baited him.
once again this turn, taking it over.
I feel like these Mystical Space Typhoons haven't really been achieving a lot.
Oh, they have.
Every time the card has just been chained.
Yes, but I mean, you've got all of those cards out for
Sky
free.
Strikers in the game.
The thing about Sky Striker is that you're never being able to properly push into the field because there's Lemnis Gate, there's Double Anchor. If you just force those cards out immediately before you activate your effects that give you resources, you're absolutely golden. We haven't even attempted to use a Crusade this turn. We can also still just go for... Oh, no, I don't think we can go for more Zodiac plays, but...
You never know. Yeah, you're not wrong there. It just feels like... Yeah, being able to force out the cards when you want to is definitely a valid thing to do.
Amatsu is so great here as well, because if your opponent sounds out the Crusade, it's going to be on Chain Link 1 and then you can chain the Amatsu to it, so the effect won't properly resolve as well. However, at this point, you don't really have a lot of resources.
And that's a very heads-up play here. You can use Crusade as Chain Link 1 and then the Link as Chain Link 2. That mandate is not going away for long.
Yeah. Even though your Varun is already being activated, now you're getting some resources back, making Kagari add back, Sky Striker mobilize, engage, but how much is that really going to help you at this point? I mean, you don't have to fear a mandate in the next turn. Oh, well, in the next turn, yes, but oh, it's tough. You're gonna see the mandate in the next turn. There's gonna be Mystical Space Typhoon probably right next to it. Unless this last card carries you somehow here.
Yeah, we've used Lemnis Gate. Widow Anchor's not live. We've used Impermanence. It feels like it's got to be some sort of Impermanence. That's kind of the only card I could think that would do anything at this point, but I guess we're about to find out.
Taking out the Bluff Desires even. Rain is looking fantastic in this game, even though we can't really go... We haven't used Ray Grave effect, right?
Oh, is this a misstep here? I don't know. We've attacked...
Oh, we popped the Varuron so we can trigger the Rose. That is so good.
I guess maybe not.
I think it's still important that you're getting the Varuron out, so that in the next turn there's no quick play spell actions, and then they get the mandate back. And then, I mean, they have one MST still, I think.
So this is one Sky Striker Link Monster versus the World. It's a story I'm sure everyone who's played with the Sky Striker or against Sky Striker is very familiar with. We should have a
MST sat back. Look at him. He sat back. He's comfortable right now.
Every other second. So
yes. Now, can we resolve engage? Because that field, if you resolve and engage, is more than breakable. We still have Kagari in our extract. We still have Zero. This might be the time. Also, we were so focused on this gameplay. Duel B and Duel C both won by Glory Future.
Yeah, a turnaround from 2-1 down to 2-1.
Yeah, that was Cool Tunes and
I didn't want to sound too ahead of myself.
Brandon Draco Tail. They both crashed out on their
like
opponents.
When you resolve one engage, you feel so confident because you think, well, if they didn't negate the first engage, are they going to be able to negate any more?
Them duels was over on the first turn, while this match was on the first turn. They're late.
Eventually, maybe, unless you win the game before. That doesn't look like winning the game too much. However, maybe if that's just Mystical Space Typhoons and maybe a Chant or something, that is not going to do too much to you. So we're going to go linkage into either Zero or Kagari. First of Kagari, probably targeting the linkage again. That is a huge Kagari.
Yeah, are we doing shenanigans? If your opponent adds linkage again, you might
This is a great duel.
In danger of losing all your life points, but instead we'll go for engage. Oh wow. Engage, linkage, playing around that infinite impermanence. Gonna get back the engage and the Kagari. You're in shock here, Leo.
Incredible, having this other linkage, possibly as the draw for turn there, just getting that engage back, summoning out Zero. Of course, this is going to leave some damage on. I don't even know if you necessarily want to activate the effect. That's something you need to debate now. You can tribute it and get rid of the last set card, which might be a Mystical Space Typhoon. you're missing out on some damage. Wait, are you missing out on a lot of damage? If Crusade is being summoned now, it can't be destroyed by 0.
Yes, although was there a Crusade left though? Because
no,
they got banished instead of sent to the grave. So I'm not sure how many are around at this point.
Very good point. So that one just adds back Mystical Space Weapon, but now you can get, of course, rid of that Sven. Just destroy it like it's nothing, attack for 3000 and then use another Ray effect. However, how many real extra deck cards do we still have left? We've gone through Amatsu again, I think. We can go into Zeke again, or did we? No, we used this turn. Camellia.
Yeah, Camellia. Sky Strikers are funny like that. They just need to get rid of themselves after a while. You think, oh, I've got more monsters, and now I'm going to have less. And the infinite Lemnis Gate, it goes on and on and on. You get to shuffle back. And when you're running 2 of them, it's just so easy. You get one shuffles back the previous one. Goes on forever. So we have one Mystical Space Typhoon. And
is that it?
Is drawn
is Typhoon done?
I mean, now we have used one previously from the graveyard to banish it, so we cannot loop Lemnis Gate anymore unless we're.
He looks pretty depressed up there.
I mean, Rain with a pretty nice play there to just add back.
Rain got a long face right now.
If I draw something to play with, I can perhaps protect it from a possible Widow Anchor. Lemnis Gate is being targeted now, and of course, you can just get back your entire extra deck. Oh my goodness, 5 cards.
5 targets. Is that the one you want to hit? Because I feel like you know about Lemnis Gate, and if you're going to play with Radiant Typhoon
man, he just
cards,
recycled his whole deck.
You don't mind so much your cards being bounced if you're just starting to play. It's not going to stop you from searching. So maybe the card we were aiming for was the other face down that wasn't a Lemnis Gate. But that is life with Mystical Space Typhoon. You don't know what you're going to hit.
No way. Are we just going to Typhon here?
Yeah.
It does look like we are. Now, what is our line? Are we going to use the effect? Are we just going to attack over Camellia and then use the effect? Yes, that is seeming to be... Oh! Forbidden Crown is going to be able to shut off that Typhon. I would have just let him attack over it, honestly, unless we... No, we haven't used the Ray effect yet.
Yeah, that's sort of interesting, right? Because doesn't Camellia... It has a grave effect. Wouldn't it just send the Typhon and then come back to you?
I don't even know what turn we're on.
I think that will
that's what
it's been a long duel.
We weren't afraid at all to get this destroyed.
Thank you guys for tuning in, who was ever watching with me. Please smash that like and subscribe. I will be live streaming tomorrow for a very long time. And I am also live streaming Wolverine in 2 weeks, September 15th, the second in downloads to my PlayStation.
You say you can't loop Lemnis Gate, but even if you have only one, you can just pick it up again with Ray or 0. So you can't just go on forever, even with 1.
Oh, that is called by the grave. That is going to hit this Kagari. That is huge to deny the Sky Striker mobilize engage for the moment, because if you have the Ray in the graveyard, you can still just go ahead and crash with your Kagari, summon back out your Ray.
Yeah, I fully expect there to be a Ray in the grave, but there was a lot of cards shuffled back with Lemnis Gate. But obviously, if you have a Ray in grave, it's probably highest priority to be able to leave in the graveyard. So let's see. But surely you would leave the Ray in the grave. Also, whatever card is drawn for turn.
Oh, that is just an anchor. That is most... Oh, we're taking over the Camellia.
Oh yeah, if you were to take the Typhon, it would be fun, but you can't use its effect. So maybe just... you just make 0 and pick up the Widow Anchor, and then that is that is game, right?
Also does work. I thought you just pick up Widow Anchor, you
here it comes,
crashing after the wards, and then you attack with Ray. I think there were plenty of ways, but resolving Sky Striker Mobilize Engage one more time seems to be the best one. Widow Anchor, the Royal Rare, of course, is going to be picked up, and that is most certainly enough damage. And that is the toughest matchup for Sky Striker, going second. Way more playable than going first, by the way. And Tusk wins the game, attacking directly with the 0 GG.
Amazing match, man. GG. GG, Rain, man.
Back there to complete a
I told y'all to like Rain.
Sweep this round, putting them in a super strong position. 4-2 going into the final set of games. Wow. We didn't even get to look at the other games because we had a Sky Striker Classic.
Excuse me, guys, for yawning.
You just gotta love Sky Striker, right? It's just such a fantastic deck to play with and to watch, and of course play against as well. Everybody loves getting anchored from time to time.
I mean, Sky Striker is one of those decks, it's really testing for so many reasons as well, because the longer you go, the less time you have. You only get that extra 90 seconds per turn cycle, so you've got to keep going. You've got to play fast and accurately, because any mistake, you could start running out of cards.
Yeah. And it's just so impressive to see a player with Sky Striker getting into a grind game versus Radiant Typhoon, which is, it feels like sometimes that deck is built to beat Sky Striker, just winning out in the grind game, really understanding the Radiant Typhoon in depth as well, knowing, hey, I know what your choke point and resources are. I know that you
he played that game. They played that game beautifully with Sky Striker.
Moments, you are going to run out of bodies. You're running out of wind monsters, especially if it is the Zodiac variant, because that one isn't running Sheena the Twin Dragons. If it's versus pure Radiant Typhoon, the matchup's way worse even. It's so tough to play versus a Sheena, because if your opponent summons Elder, normal summon, and you go Widow Anchor, they go Sheena and bounce all of your spell traps, there's a high chance that you're going to lose that turn.
Yeah, that's very tough. And you've got to imagine as well, like, Sky Striker, I feel like the composure of having no interruptions and watching the first turn combo that we saw, when your opponent has access to both engines, they're resolving Saryuja to draw 4, they're drawing multiple cards. To me, it's like, often if I watch that, I feel a bit defeated already. I feel like there's no way I can come back and win this. But here we see some of the best players in the world not being phased.
It's absolutely amazing to watch this.
Uh-oh.
So
here we go.
Go into game or set 3, Glory Future versus Bogey, 4-2 so far, and that is a very strong Tinia start.
Yeah, here we go. Elf Note. Now, we saw the full combo of the Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck, but is the full combo of Elf Note even more powerful? And that, yeah, you're pointing to it.
Big shout out to the new anime short series of Dear Bellstar.
Yeah, Dear Bellstar, we're seeing it all over the TCG at the moment. Possibly not as popular on Master Duel, because we do not yet have, spoiler, the new Dark Magician card there yet, but maybe we'll see that in the future. But here comes...
Actually had it earlier than the TCG.
Oh, earlier. Ah.
But we are starting off with a classic,
Here
the
come
cool
Baron.
tune classic, Baron de Fleur.
Baron, sorry. Baron.
Gets us a power patron.
I've always said Baron. Baron.
And now Lucina is being added to hand. You can just summon that into the main monster zone, get yourself...
God, I hate Elf Notes. This is a tough
Splendid.
deck to deal with.
Starting with the Baron de Fleur, negate, Omni negate, so you can play comfortably with whatever you need. Here comes Regina.
Let's see what we're going to do next. We're basically through most of our names. We can also still set up a trap and get the Elf Note Power Patron back if we so desire, because that should be the fastest way to bridge into our Cool Tune engine if we played it. We've seen this multiple times already. However, after seeing a Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, I'm not even sure we're running Cool Tune.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go with Elf Note. It's a very powerful synchro strategy. We've seen players experiment in loads of different ways with it, so let's see.
Elf Note DM, Elf Note Cool Tune. I've seen a lot of Elf Note decks.
And yeah, I'm not sure.
Elf Note DM is crazy.
The Dia Bellstar instead of Cool Tunes, or maybe in addition to Cool Tunes?
I think you can check out, what's his name? Barto. You can check out Bardo or Royal Games. I think one of them do a Elf Note.
Cards back in the day, DG Hyper Librarian. We're planning on drawing some cards. Lucina being summoned now as well, getting us Fortuna, and that is going to set up.
Yeah, there are some tough variants of Elf Note out there.
Is drawing like the most cards?
I don't think I played Elf Note Diabel.
Radiant Typhoon deck draw, what, at least 5? But can we top that with a Hyper Librarian? I would say probably, because we're also going to draw one most likely with this Wanted.
Excuse me, guys.
This is going to be a lot of draws. Malice always draws a lot.
I drink a lot of caffeine. I'm going to be up for a while tonight.
Sorry, users already this weekend.
Might do some Master Duel gameplay after this. Who knows?
Snake Eyes.
See how I feel.
Ash is being summoned.
Oh.
And there we are, everyone. This is the WCS chaos that everyone wanted to see. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. if you haven't missed it, it's here regardless.
Yeah, it's coming back. This is a real blast from the past. And here we see the connection here between the
So it's Elf
Snake
Note,
Eyes
Snake Eyes.
and the Elf Notes.
This is going to get ugly.
Of course, set the original Sinful
Snake
Swirls
Eyes
and
is
then
like
summon
such a stupid deck to
that
deal
power
with
patron
now
straight from
in
your deck.
Master
It's
Duel.
crazy how powerful this deck actually is, because there's like 5 ways of extending a combo right here that would all work. you can do so many things right now, and we are going to the Axel Synchro starter string, which is also
Look at
one
this
of the
board. This
ways
board is going to be
how
crazy.
you're actually getting to your Cool Tune engine if you wanted to, even though at this point I'm pretty much convinced that it's not there.
Yeah, Cool Tune needing, you know, you often want to play a lot of hand interactions with your Cool Tune deck, but if we're seeing all these other engines, is this a... Oh, here we go. This is a real blast from the past. Look at this. Draw 2, Formula Synchron. This was IP before it was cool, Formula Synchron.
Yeah.
I'm not going to link summon on your main phase. I'm going to synchro summon during my opponent's main phase. This is super cool. Like,
would you like a Reborn Tango with that?
I would love a Reborn Tango with this. I was actually a Doppel Warrior fan with this, you know. This was the day. This is a real... What year is this? You know, we have a... Maybe we're going to make a Shooting Star
Hold on,
Dragon.
chat.
No, probably not.
Starter
Yeah,
String
I'm
is a
done.
card that also in the TCG is coming back at the moment, and I love that. I'm all there for that. This card in those Light and Darkness Ritual
Come back.
decks, protecting the Mind Shuffle from Ghost Ogres, or just being an
I don't
almost
need that.
Game Ender versus Blitzkrieg decks is
Hey, we put it in the
absolutely
drawer so we don't
incredible
lose
to
it.
me. But now Omega Resolve rips a card from the hand. You get to draw one more. We're already now at 7 cards in hand. That is completely crazy. However, the field does not look too impressive just yet.
Yeah, but you've got to take into account cards have been taken
Is it what?
from the opponent's hand, and also
Yeah,
there's
but
probably going to
this
be a
is
couple of Elf
uneven.
Note effects that appear on the opponent's turn. Is this maybe the end phase?
Yeah.
Come here.
Yeah.
Turn your
Look
head
at
out.
these two. Let's see if I can- we are
I know,
ending
but, like,
on Starter String
Some of it's uneven.
on the
is what
field.
I'm
That's
saying.
part of our end field. I love it.
Yeah, it looked like... maybe I saw it wrong. It looked like a Pot of Desires. Was
Yeah,
the
go
card
look at
that
what I'm
was
saying.
taken,
Though. Like
which is
even like right
absolutely
here, some of this
fantastic
is
for
longer and
Omega, but-
uneven than other.
There was
I know,
a
I
game
like it,
between
though.
Bogarty 1, Duel
Sorry.
B, and that makes it so much closer. They need every single game, but there's a Maxi
Oh, I missed.
following that up. Bogarty is going in. Bogan is really performing here. How do you even beat that?
Yeah, this is crazy. You know how you beat it if your opponent maxes you, and I'm seeing a Hyper Librarian. I think you have to synchro summon, 20 times and deck your opponent out. That's the fashionable way to do it. Probably quite difficult.
Happened to
Sky
me the
Striker,
other
I
week.
would say. Oh my goodness. Draw and Lockbird as well, rubbing salt in the wound with the maxi. Not the best combo, but I think you'll take it.
It is so strong.
Oh, Ash.
Being negated by the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It is such a tough game here.
Yeah, that Drawn Lockbird probably going to trade with a few cards from hand. Is it time for the Baronda Floor, or is it time for the Elf Note Trap to be negating this card? Which would you pick, or would you just let it all through?
I don't think you're allowed to let this card go through necessarily. I think you're trying to negate this with the... I don't know. It's got to be one of the two. I don't think you're ever allowed to... Okay, we are letting this resolve. I think we have lesser problems with a possible 0 that might be summoned here.
Well, it's an interesting thing, but if you let it through, well, you can just negate whatever they summon, and then all the Sky Striker cards, you can only summon them once per turn. So if you let your opponent summon something, then you can just negate it, and then you know they can't use it this turn. The possible downside is it lets them get more fuel for something like Lemnis Gate in the grave, which would normally be very difficult. That's amazing, actually. You're going to get to draw a card for the Max C, because the draw hasn't actually resolved yet. So maybe that's the heads-up play.
It is so tough to play against. It almost feels impossible to go through this field with Maxi and the Droll and Lockbird now too, which is really painful for Sky Striker to play against. Now Tinya also rips a card from that. That's a Lemnis Gate. That is the best breaker you could ask for versus 4 Synchro Monsters on the field. It is just getting worse for Tusk now, but not giving up. That is not an option at all. Hayate is just taking measly 300 damage to be able to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. But this is looking incredibly tough.
Yeah, one of the more niche interactions I'd say in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so Hayate can attack.
If Sky
directly,
Striker comes back and
if
wins,
you have the Elf Note trap, you're forced
this
to
would be the
attack
greatest comeback
middle
I've ever
monster zone.
seen.
So I think in
I
this
don't
case,
see
the being forced to attack the middle monster zone is overriding the ability to attack directly, which is why you take the 300 damage rather than
Looks like
inflict your opponent.
Brandon Draco Tails down our cooking.
Now we're going for Kagari to add back something that we've just sent. I think it is on Yuki in Duel C to try and get this back around. It does look quite promising when I'm looking down the screen, but for the moment, let's focus on this incredible Elf Note Snake Eye Dia Bellstar field.
Yeah, so much going on. That Baranda Fleur finally using its negation. You're going to get back a Lemnis Gate during the end phase, so you can activate it as one last push, but is it going to be enough against so many cards? Just 4 cards in the grave. Gonna get negated 2. This is looking really, really difficult.
It's looking grim, if I may say so. Now the Lucina is
looking over.
going to come back here.
Not grim, over.
Not gonna make things
looking over.
Easier negating that Lemnis Gate. I mean, I don't even think it would have done a lot, but it's basically for free, so might as well do it. Then on Duel C, Future won.
Sorry, guys.
Match 5-3 at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 5-4 after this turn. Omega is just returning a Desires to a hand. It's not really doing anything anymore, but that is game. But Glory Future winning this match.
Yeah, Glory Future.
Yeah, I told y'all that.
They were
that Brandon Draco Tail
and were able to take advantage of that. Gonna advance with a 3-1 record, which is fantastic for them, giving them a good shot to make it into the semifinals.
Yeah, they have been. Glory Future has been in the semifinals twice already. It is such a phenomenal team. Established Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel players already. Just in the last year, Tusk's team has not performed that well. That was the only year where it hasn't been in this prestigious top 4. And now with a 3-1 record, it's looking mighty strong again.
Yeah, of course, groups of 6, so 5 matches, so it's not a Swiss like in other Yu-Gi-Oh! Events. This is a round robin. Everyone gets to play everyone. It's super interesting because you get to scout, you get to watch everyone and see what's going on. But yeah, that likely means a 4-1 score is a guarantee, a 5-0 score is a guarantee, and a 3-2 score, you're crossing your fingers.
Yeah, you're really hoping there, but with like 5-4 wins, it's not really the best way to just win those tiebreakers, right? You really want to have those 9-0s, those 8-1s, those early wins after the second set already.
Thank you guys for joining with me. For anybody that's sitting in the chat,
don't want to go
just thank you guys for joining with me.
Yeah, of course, winning.
Please smash that like and subscribe.
Obviously,
Wolverine in 2 weeks. I will be streaming more Master Duel tomorrow. Live streaming. Check my new video out.
Is more important than winning more
on
games.
Dark
So
Lords.
winning like 2 5-4s is better than winning 1-9-0 and then losing one, you know, 4-5 or something like that.
I think it's called the True Dark Lord as
in
return.
the first case, you've won less games.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But we are reaching the end of the group stage. This was round 4. We're going to have 5 rounds in total. Our players are hot and ready.
So we got one more round
into the action. They will have a little bit more break time to cool down before that last round robin, that last group stage round. We're going into the hot phase of the WCS 2026 here in Tokyo Ariake, and we are going into a small break before the last round of the group stage.
Wow. So, 4 teams. I'll be right back, guys. This is just for anybody who pops in. I am back. Sorry, guys, I'm back. Uh, Take that off. Uh, got a 29-minute break. Well, for 29 minutes, we're going to kill some time. Let's kill some time for 29 minutes. Oops. Sorry. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, it's 13 minutes left. Alright, so. No, I thought it was 29 minutes. Sorry, my clock was wrong. So 13 minutes till it starts back. Round 5 starts in 13 minutes. So after the championship, I might do some duels for a couple hours. Who knows? I appreciate anybody sitting on the stream. Yeah, I think we're gonna do a little gameplay. I'm up. It's 1:47 a.m. Why not? Do a little more practice on my deck. Team Ragnarok. Wasn't that a Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D team? Fly to Fly? Look at the first guy. He looks like a fat Sam. United States Joey, Canada Ryan, Chiba Corp. Enzo, Canada Ryan, United States Joey, Glory Future. Got 11 minutes left. Yeah, after this, I might play for a little bit. Maybe. Thinking about it. Satisfaction. The New Suns. Ruin Nation. Morocco. Palestine. Germany. Called by Army. All from Korea. They all got bangs. They should name themselves the Bang Bros. Otama Gundan. Japan. Stellar. I like his pose though. B2B. Diabelle Star. Crazy because Dion player has been playing her. I know I have. How much time left to our match? 9 minutes. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick before they start. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh, his name's Toast. Oops, let's take this off. There we go. Three minutes. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will be live streaming tomorrow, and please check out my newest video. The True Dark Lord Returns. It's up on my page. It's a video on my deck featuring Branded, Dark Lord, and Despia. Also, we'll be live streaming Wolverine in 2 weeks. 2 weeks as soon as it drops, September the 15th. There can be at least 3 copies of each card across all each team's decks. If a card each team doesn't have 5. Y'all see Joey? I love the photo. They are definitely hitting anime poses. They are hitting video game anime poses.
Welcome back to the live coverage here from the WCS, the World Championship of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 2026 in Tokyo. And this is leading up to the round number 5, the last remaining round of round robin here. Lennart König joining me for this, and we have another great matchup in front of us, right?
Yeah, we have. I mean, we are both Germans, right? We have the one German player that we are having in this Master Duel WCS here from Team Ruination, and they are for... Oh, so they are...
They're ruining days, like
Yes.
their name is suggesting, for other teams, but not for themselves.
I mean, they are guaranteed to make top 4, so we're going to see them for the first time before we see them in the semifinals, but they are facing off against a team that is 2-2 currently still.
Yeah, on Tamagandan still, maybe with a glimmer of hope. I think they lost 8-1 at least once, maybe even twice. So with tiebreakers, we shall see how that works out. But of course, it's all about the dueling action. So let's see how this one unfolds as we have Abdullah, Abouhamoud, and Toast on Team Ruination already smiling against the opposing team of Stella Onta Monatu and Yako.
And Stella is going first. And I'm really hyped that we get to showcase this because they're...
Maxi! Oh, okay.
Immediate answer.
Okay.
Maxi is here, but also Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is there to immediately answer it.
And you would say that's a 1-for-1 trade, but that trade always...
Ooh, okay. Some yummy gameplay is being prepared.
Yes, it's the WCS promotional Yummy Snatchy. I love it so much. Those alt arts are insanely cool.
You could see a glimpse of the Phimena in Duel B as well with the new artwork. Oh, Dominus Perch here on that synchro, but the Cupsy Yummy Way.
You're supposed to wait on the Cupsy.
Bring back 2 of the used Yummy monsters back from the graveyard. So yes, you are denying access to additional Yummy monsters, but you will still have to deal with more monsters coming back onto the field here.
There is still a little bit of field. Lollipo Yummy Way is going to be able to summon back those monsters. Their effects will be negated, however, you can do whatever you want with them. The thing is, it's just Cookie and a Yummy Snatchy. So I think that Dominus Purge was still definitely the correct choice to stop your opponent from extending way further. Now Stella also needs to take a little bit of time to think, what can I even do here? You have the option to go for a Martial Metal Marcher. You could go for a Sprite Elf too. There's plenty of ways to extend your...
Yummy in the World Championships is crazy. Yummy's not even like that in ranked anymore.
Go for a Link 2 here maybe, just an IP Masquerade. That seems like too little though. It is the IP Masquerade in the end though. I was questioning myself, but we immediately are going to link it off, possibly making place for Sprite Elf to get additional interruptions ready for the opposing. I mean, we can get back to Synchro here, which is huge, and then on the opposing turn, we have the opportunity to bring back that IP Masquerena as well.
And also, while it took some resources away from us, that our only starter was the Cookie, it does help on the opposing turn to summon it back with your Yummy Synchro monster.
Is that Cool Tunes? Cool Tunes is still cooking at the bottom, down in the bottom. What's that, Match C? Down at Match C, looks like
not a lot going on.
They're still frying with this deck.
One set, Sprite Elf, and of course, Yummy Way Lollipop.
Ooh, quick vision in the draw phase, and that opens up a vision, but there is immediate answer. Dominus Perch, more and more of a relevant and dominating card here at the World Championship. That card is seeing so much play. I'm wondering whether it even is a shared card in some of the teams, honestly.
I would think it is. I mean, there's plenty of decks that can abuse it already. As we can see, Yummy is one of those decks, and Yummy cards are also crazy used in this tournament, right? There's so many different Yummy decks. It's very exciting to see.
Seems like it, but here we're stopping play as players are just going back and forth between each other. The teammates helping out immediate Forbidden Crown response. We want to make sure to do all of that in the draw phase, as of course the Sprite Elf would only be activating in the main phase. And now we have ruled out that Lollipo there as well.
Yep, but we are not even negating that Sprite Elf.
True.
Still very well played here. And now we actually can use the chant to search for a Mystical Space Typhoon. Abdullah might be cooking here. Mystical Space Typhoon on, of course, the field spell. Question is, does Stellar respond to that perhaps with the Sprite Elf? No.
But Leo, that's interesting because we on purpose decide to go into the main phase here with that Mystical Space Typhoon, getting rid of the field spell. But how important was the field spell there? Why was that so important to get rid of it beforehand?
I mean, you want to special summon your Radiant Typhoon, right?
Oh, that's the reason. But last card in hand is Patrol and Lockbird here for Stella. And that is massive, as we now are also able to just bring back the IP Masquerena. Actually, quite early here, because now we can force the battle phase if we want to. But still, then there's only one Sven left remaining in hand, which can't do much either.
But I mean, you can normal summon it, so then you are just going to go into the...
Ooh, is that a Zeus line maybe?
I'm not too sure about that. I think you are trying to force the battle phase already, attack over IP, that you cancel, but you can just go for a rank 3, which would be MX Saber Invoker. We are forcing out the battle phase. So you can try to go into the SP Little Knight here, and I think that's just...
That's it, really.
The right call, right? But then, I mean, normal summon Sven can still just run over the SP Little Knight.
I mean, it trades with it. They're both 16.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess we have Mignon in the graveyard that we can shuffle back. So then linking off our Lollipo into an open field still does look
seems pretty good. I think Stella is enjoying the position that they're in right now. Oh yeah, that Droll and Lockbird, another card that I've seen plenty of that I would suspect to be in multiple teams.
I wonder if anybody's playing GMX in Worlds.
We've seen so much of it here. What do you think about that card currently in the format? Because against Draco Tail, which is very popular, it's not that great, but against a lot of the other decks, it's so good. Even against Q-Tune nowadays, it's really decent.
Excuse me, guys.
So many starters.
It's 2 a.m. where we're at.
Not the worst choice.
But I'm up.
Looking forward to seeing more of this, even though, I'm almost sad to say this, we're almost at the end of the tournament already. This is the last round of the group stage, and then we just have 3 more rounds. But let's focus on the moment. Let's live in the present for a little bit more.
The best is yet to come, and we are seeing that the players are really making sure that every single decision is made as a team. They are maybe the best communicators we've seen so far overall, because I see Ruination really every single move, it seems like they are double checking, they are making sure that it is perfect. They're all playing as the 3 of them together for every single move, and we do not even go into the Sven, we just pass it over, because Sven, we know, would have not done much here, so we want it as follow-up instead.
Oh, but now as the SP Little Knight is still in the Extra Monster zone, you can't just go into the Snatchy. That is perhaps a genius play by Abdullah that might guarantee him to stay in this game.
But there we see Duel C is already wrapping up, and Toast, with so far a marvelous win rate, adds another win to his resume here, and that brings Ruination into the lead once again here in this tournament.
Very big. That looked like a cool tune deck on the side of Toast down there, if I'm not completely mistaken.
Totally.
Now Stella is just seeing, can I do anything?
What's cooking at the bottom? Elf note.
We're getting another turn here for Abdullah, and we know there's really good follow-up on his end.
Honestly, just summoning the Sven and attacking into the Lollipo might even be enough to stay in the game for yet another turn.
And imagine we draw another good card then. Maybe there is another monster, another starter picked up. There is the Sven. Do we activate the effect? No, we don't need to. Leo, what is that new card? What is that top deck? Heart of the cards moment here maybe for Abdullah. What do we have? Oh my, it's another Sven, which of course can now just activate its effect. That's crazy.
That is so big. Because, do you actually want to do that though? I think we're contemplating on that, because SP Little Knight does not really interact that well with the MX Saber Invoker. However, I think you just search for a chant, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You just go chant, and you have the opportunity to just completely still follow your engine. You haven't done Eldam, you haven't done Crusea. You're probably happy if they just use the SP Little Knight on your Sven here, because, I mean, if you go Invoker, okay, does the SP Little Knight really give any problems to the Zodiac part of it does kind of give you a couple of problems.
I think a little bit, yeah, and also the Broad Bull can search just another Sven.
Yeah.
If there even is one more in the deck. I'm not, at this point, I'm not too sure.
He didn't use it. You got to be kidding me. We just make the MX Saber Invoker use that effect now.
Hope for an SP Little Knight interaction, but maybe there's also infinite impermanence on the side of Stella. That also plays heavily into that.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Those of you that are tuning in and watching.
We were contemplating whether they would use the first Sven, but with the second Sven, I was certain they would be using it, but not with Abdullah. But their Duel B seems to be concluding too, as this is victory for Ontama Gundam, and they are now on the board officially as well. 1-1. Special summon resolving of the MXO Saber Invoker here. Duel A though. We do go into that. Is that Dryden? No, it's just Bobo. You could use the SP Little Knight here, because I think when you're not using it here, you're bringing yourself into a situation where they can always just go into Dryden, and Dryden sort of checks the SP Little Knight then, so maybe you just have to do it here.
I think you want to wait for the Dryden so that you can just take care of the Dryden if needed, because if you're just reacting with that, your opponent is going to have follow-up for the next turn, and then they set up a Dryden, which is problematic, no?
And they don't even only have follow-up, because they can still go Broad Bull Sven as you... Oh wait, no, but they can't, they can't summon it anymore. They can't summon Sven one more time. Okay, it does go in here, that SP Little Knight, and it will clear off itself and also that Bobo. So from how I understand the situation, this will be Borbo for follow-up, and that can then just be... Can Shakanine do enough here? Shakanine bring back another monster.
You don't have the Ram.
I don't think it leads to much, no.
I mean, if you're playing SP Little Knight in your extra deck, then you can actually take care of the last
by the grave on the Rat Pier now.
That is... I want to say big, but I don't even think it is that big. You're just denying some extra follow-up, and I think just going Broad Bull and Trident here is just... That's just fine, no? I think I would have used that body of the Red Pier basically anyways just to get rid of the set card or to go... I mean, you're denying F-Zero.
You are denying F-Zero, and I mean, there are a couple of cards that we can draw though. Just imagine the one of the limited Kapsi Yummy off the top.
Yeah,
that like a lot of the Yummy starters would not play through a Trident, but
yeah.
Kapsi Yummy specifically would be successful in doing so. So maybe they are gifted like that.
But Kapsi Yummy just plays through everything, right?
Yeah,
this card always plays through everything. But this is exactly, this game is the reason why Radiant Typhoon Zodiac is perhaps the best deck in the room right now, because it is just so good at playing through these fields. I don't think we have a Beast Warrior in our deck anymore.
But now, Leo, I mean, whatever we're drawing... Oh, yeah. Very, very important that Abdullah decided to summon the Tiger Mortar as well there, because that makes sure that the Trident is not only able to use its effect once here in the end phase, but also still on Stella's turn. So, Stella, what is that top deck? Is it time for Kapsi Yummy, or maybe a way to search it like Piri Rice map? That would be so big.
True, there's...
Oh,
we're passing.
none of it.
And that can't be good. The question is, does Abdullah have a major way to play right here? Takes the Zodiac Borbo and now goes into the Broad Bull and now goes to search a Sven.
Well, that is a pretty major way, but there could be an answer. It is Dominus Purge here from Stella, denying the Broad Bull, and importantly, I think destroying it too, as there was a Dominus Purge previously in the game.
But do we
So
play
that's
Ram Ram?
big.
We play Ram Ram, of course. We couldn't send it, so we can't use the MX Saber Invoker to special summon it out. Do we have another Exceeds, though, to summon onto it? Do we have perhaps a Hammer Kong that we haven't used that? Because then we can still go for the F-Zero. Otherwise, we can just use Trident to destroy the Ram Ram, summon something back, and then go into F-Zero if we so desire. But perhaps
I think Hammer Kong was cut from most lists. So we went through the Tiger Mortar, we went through the Broad Bull, we went through the Trident, we went through the Borbo, and also the Chakanite. So I don't think there's any Zodiac extra deck monsters remaining. So that's just a direct attack, linking off the two monsters here with the Invoker and the Ram Ram to make space for SP Little Knight. That's such a funny game we're seeing here. It's so slow, it's so controlly, and every top deck, if it is a big one here, could decide the outcome of this game.
I do agree with the decision to go into the SP Little Knight, because while F-Zero is more threatening and deals more damage, I think Trident plus SP Little Knight is a little bit harder to play through for most decks.
I mean, how big would Zeus have been here? Not very big, right? I think it would have only been a one material Zeus, which doesn't do... Oh, there is the one material Zeus. Oh wait, no, it's two materials on this. That's better. I thought maybe put the Invoker and make a Zeus out of it, but now with that, that's a way better solution to the problem. Stella, you may get another turn, but making it happen here would definitely be preferred. So is there a way into the beloved Kapsi Yummy that we have seen all day already on the screen in that little funny video featuring the Yummy cards? But I mean, we're thinking about this, Leo. We are thinking about this. Hold on, though. What if we go for any kind of normal summon into Typhon here? Typhon outs this field.
That is true. I think if there's a normal summon, you need to immediately...
Yeah, Typhon just outs this.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe was there Zeus a little too much? Because I think the SP Little Knight was the only other extra deck summon. Oh, but we pass it over.
We did the Broad Bull before.
True, we did the Broad Bull. Okay, so yeah, you're right.
There is a chance that Abdullah cannot play from this point on, so he attacks for 4,600, but that's...
Never mind! Chaining Maxi! But, I mean, we can just normal summon out. That's 40, yeah. We can just normal summon out the remaining Sven in the back, giving no draws, and making this another game win here for Abdullah. Oh, Eldom, that's quick math, not enough.
That is, you are right.
That's 100 points off.
I think you're fine, though. There should be another Sven.
searching for the Sven now. Okay, we give one draw to the Maxi. We take that risk, but it does not seem like that risk is bringing anything here for Stella. Stella cannot capitalize on that one draw, and another victory for Abdullah. He has been playing this Zodiac Radiant deck non-stop throughout the last couple of weeks, and that hard work and testing pays off as he gets another win in here with this deck in the first set.
Ruination on their way to go 5-0 through the group stages. They have been on their, I want to say villain arc, but honestly they might be the heroes of the story because they are tearing through this, and we have, of course, in the rounds that we weren't casting, looked at some of the games they were playing. Of course, you can always, in the Master Duel client, check out the games that are going on at all times. You can always spectate. Those were some close matches. My goodness. 4-5 wins, like clawing back games that were 2-4. Incredible.
And that's the thing, because yes, Ruination is locked for top 4. But because they had so many close games, if they lose this match here somehow, they could still get second place in the group, because there is other teams in this group waiting. For example, we saw Glory Future. They have been winning 8-1. They have been winning 9-0. So if they win their match and then they're both possibly 4-1, there could be a switcheroo between first and second place still in this group. So it's better for Team Ruination to just win this one outright here as well, because if you go 5-0, you certainly are going to be top of your group.
Even though I think, does it matter too much at this point with the top 4 of the World Championships? I think there is no clear favorites anymore. There is some arguments you can make about momentum and how you are. If you're dominating with 5-0, you're very confident. But then again, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! There might be the curse of Anubis. If you're going through the group stages undefeated, the first match of the top cut, you know it.
You know it as well, for sure. But the whole storyline already. We have so many big names. We have so many multiple-time world champions or world championship attendances. And then there comes this team, Ruination. Honestly, Abdullah making his first real appearance there, winning the regional qualifier for his region. Inviting 2 more friends with Toast and also with Abu Hamoud, who have never been to the World Championship either, and then they show up like this, just destroying everyone?
They're crushing it. I was also a little bit hoping for this. Not like I don't love the players that we've seen in the last few years, but it's cool to see someone new enter the stage, right? Not that you're winning a DC Cup and then you're saying, okay, I'm going to pick a Jesse Cotton, maybe I'm calling someone else as well, maybe a Josh, but no, we have some more newer players here as well, and they are showing up.
And let's see how much more they can show here in this round 5 as the second set is about to begin. And honestly, every single time I'm seeing this animation here with you on the live stream or just on the client, this World Championship starting screen is giving me goosebumps.
100%. It makes me want to hop on the game and play just immediately as well. We're seeing Awamot starting off with a K2 Draco Tail searching the gorgeous Draco Tail 5 mana.
Ooh, we see a Book of Eclipse in Duel. See, that's a card I haven't seen a whole lot.
All right, here we go.
Here in this tournament, but
Branded Draco Tail.
Focus on Duel A, of course, with the Draco Tail strategy that Abu Hamoud has become somewhat famous with. It was branded, that was his deck all the time, but now it is branded Draco Tail, the combination of both, which is the more popular one.
Already we're going into Duel C. Oh, and I think we saw a Sven start. Infinite Impermanence, Book of Eclipse Chain, I think that was the interaction you saw, and another Infinite Impermanence to answer Eldam.
Oh, but there is the Tribute normal summon.
Another
Imperm. No, it's resolving.
Yeah, it is already resolving. That would have been absolutely hilarious, though.
It would have definitely been. Toast making sure to lean over to Abdullah to make sure that he's performing the combo the best way possible.
They won all coin tosses.
Yep. Must be nice, right?
It's truly Ruination's day, right? When you are with your backs against the wall already, you are 1-2. You think, okay, that isn't going as bad, then you lose all coin tosses. That might be detrimental, because look at the power of these decks. You see a cool tune strategy. You see the Draco Tail.
By the way, we saw Infinite Impermanences both in Duel C and in Duel B, sort of signalizing that this seems to be a shared card that Team Ontama Gundam has picked for this tournament. Definitely something that I could relate to. Oh, we see.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
That it is, of course, something we can shuffle back with the mandate. But Leo, even though we were still able to summon out that Crusea, not much more after. Only, and I mean, I put that only in big quotation marks, as 4 set cards for this deck could still be a whole lot next to the mandate that we have here. But still, not a huge combo field as sometimes this deck is able to produce.
But I mean, as soon as you use your Crusea effect to search something or add something back from the graveyard, you are locked into wins, and then the combo capabilities of the deck are hindered massively.
Look at
because
Duel
you are
big.
relying
Cool
on a
starting
lot
to
of
cook.
Earth monsters, honestly.
Very true.
But let's see how we're answering this field, because of course this is still huge. But with your own mystical space typhoons, this is very, very breakable.
But Leo, that is the normal summon of Sven there to start things off, and there is Dominus Purge. That card is dominating here in this match, and maybe for the entire World Championship. People are enjoying it. There were times where Dominus Impulse was just infinitely more popular than Dominus Purge, but I think those roles have definitely been switched up here for this World Championship, as Malice, of course, is not as big of a factor anymore. We do head into the
everybody
phase.
use light cards.
Go over the Link 2, but that's not a good sign, I want to say.
I think Abdullah is 100% fine with that. He can just say, okay, you know what, I survived the turn. Right? I can just gather more resources. Question is, how many does he still have? Maybe an Ascension that has been added by the Crusea. No, nothing is being activated in the end phase. No card is being set.
And we pass it. What kind of hand does Jacko have here that he can't do anything about this?
Normal
we go
summons.
Mystical Space Typhoon here as our very...
He got all bullshit in his hand.
Honestly, I have to giggle every single time we are destroying our own cards with Mystical Space Typhoon, but there is the Radiant Typhoon Crusea, the best kind of follow-up ever to be imagined.
And we do that in the main phase.
Yes, we do.
He's been a little Joe there, talking about that's the best follow-up in history or whatever.
Which is, of course, very well possible with Crusea.
We could, but usually just want to thin out the deck a little more. But no, look at that. Sven from the graveyard. And when we take Sven, okay, there is the Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck, though. So is there Drone Lockport? There is not. Sven storms onto the field, and it doesn't seem like anyone is able to stop Abdullah today. He just keeps on winning as the team captain here for his deck, for his team. And the alliance he has found with his deck, it really seems like they belong together. Like, you can't take them apart anymore. Abdullah just belongs to the Radiant Typhoon cards at this point. He's one of them.
Absolutely.
He is a Radiant Typhoon.
Radiant Typhoon Abdullah.
Yeah.
I love to see this. And now, of course, knowing how to play the deck without using the Zodiac cards as well. Getting the Megala. Question is, can he push for game already? One of the important cards to push for game in Radiant Typhoon is the mandate that you want to have face up on the field, so you can get this draw plus attack push. I don't think that's gonna be the case. Or it might as well be possible, because you just destroy it again. Use your Varuron to activate it from the graveyard. Megala, of course, can get you the Phonix, and I think we are rapidly approaching 8,000 damage, because we can link climb.
Certainly. Looks good for Abdullah. He is just running over most of his opponents here in the tournament. Nobody able to stop him. There is Phonix, as you said, massively important if you're trying to go for 8,000 points of damage in one turn, because together with the mandate that we are resolving just here, that is 3,300 attack points just on its own.
Yep, the other cards look good as well. Normal summon Fuwalos, and I think that is going to be a link climb like nothing else before. Or are we actually going for the Thelgus, for the Desperado Eagle?
Yeah, and that's 5,100 because no monsters in the graveyard at all for Jacko here. And so we would have barely even needed the Phonix, because that's so many attack points flying in here. And as strong as ever, Abdullah takes another game here, making this a 3-1 lead for Team Ruination.
But let's look at the other table. Stella, the team captain, wants to hang on here. Still sees a way to get into this top 4.
Leo, what is this? I don't know this existed. All of a sudden, I am seeing some Dodo cards paired up with K9s. What's happening?
Yeah.
This is new to me. Okay, Stella, of course, a Stella deck builder, bringing some innovation here at the World Championship. I mean, yeah, of course, the Warrior.
I've only been playing for a few months, but I wish I was good enough for Worlds. They'd have really been shocked with my deck.
To be maybe an
Dark Lords, Brandon, Despia.
Let me check.
This guy's crazy.
This seems.
I mean, we don't want to give anything away about the.
I'd have
deck,
really
of course,
surprised them.
But I'm just quite curious to see what is going to happen here soon. Abo is also at 6,000 life points, so if we're finding... Honestly, when I see rank 4, I always think of Utopia double, right?
Maybe,
So
maybe.
if we see something like that, I think 6,000 is very easy to overcome.
I would agree.
I mean, that's almost already game on the field right here. I think we're
Totally.
just... Wait, we're 100 off right now.
We can certainly make that happen. So, Abo just talking to his friends, talking to his teammates, checking how the entire situation is looking. If he loses this one and Toast doesn't manage to win his game, it's really interesting to see that, because when one game stops, oftentimes just all games, we go battle phase.
And we are 100 damage off of
Oh, but
the
the
game.
Mirror Jade hasn't used the fact yet.
Okay, then that's a completely different game here for forced to go battle phase, and the Mirror Jade has been so patiently waiting here, waiting for that battle phase, and now we can actually just resolve it immediately, or perhaps chain the Rindbrum that we have just sent. No, we just banished the Noroi, of course, because Noroi is the only monster that can attack over the Mirror Jade. Izuna wants to crash here. That is always a very, very interesting scenario, because if you do not win the game here this turn, whatever you build up as resources or as a field that you want to present to your opponent, you're going to have to survive the end phase Raigeki first.
You have to, so is it even worth going into a rank 4 here afterwards as... ooh, field free and empty for Abo! So gladly, against a deck that summons so much from the hand, you will use that Mulchami Perulia. To be fair though, as you just explained, with the Mirror Jade destroying everything in the end phase, maybe there wasn't much of an incentivize for his opponent, for Stella, to even summon much more from the hand.
And I mean, he is not really even uninterrupted anymore at this point, right? We haven't seen the most of this game, so we don't know which interruptions are out and which ones aren't. We just know that Abo just ended on basically only a Mirror Jade, so that can't be much that has happened before. We have the Rindbrum in the... Oh, that is... we have used the Mirror Jade already, because otherwise I would have said just going for Rindbrum here and trying to get some Fallen of Alva's place seems nice. But there shouldn't be a target for a Fallen of Alva's fusion here.
That's true, Leo. Some statistics thrown in here on the side. Abdullah currently, I mean, with the team also being the most successful right now, the team captain also with the best win rate overall in the tournament right now, carrying his team here to success. But his teammates are doing a decent job supporting him here in this tournament as well. I'm wondering, though, how many Vanquish Soul decks did Abo have to play in this tournament? Because it seems to be the most common Draco Tail counter here overall so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Draco Tail branded is, in my opinion, one of the best decks, but it's also one of the decks that is most counterable.
Yeah, totally, I agree. Okay, Aphalion activates as we have, on our own terms, brought 2 cards into the graveyard here with that Fusion Summon, and that means the Aphalion is returning, presenting 3,000 attack points, and the Albion now able to even bring out additional attack points. And I think in Duel B, we see Toast winning another game. So that brings Ruination in reach of a 5-0 score overall, as we have now a 4-1 lead for the very moment. And Abo also clearing off the last monster. Dugaris will not draw any cards here for this very moment. So Stella, if you want to get to a monster, you may even have to give up some more draws into the Mulchami Perulia. And even then, it will not be easy, as Draco Tail branded always has so much follow-up going on in the graveyard.
Oh, this is so incredibly tough. The deck does not work anymore this turn. Stella passes the turn on nothing, so Mirror Jade can also not destroy anything. However, we have the Cartesia in hand. We have 6,500 damage already on the field. Of course, we can make this a little bit bigger still, but that was already, with the Cartesia in hand, there was already 8,000 damage.
For sure, but Abo wants to show off the first time they're on feature here for this weekend, and it will not be the last time, as they are absolutely certain to advance into the semi-finals here at the 2026 World Championship with this very attack here that Abo is about to perform. they have made their way into the finals here with so far, they're into the semifinals with so far their most impressive performance. As you said, they were very close. 5-3, 5-4, but this one is even done in the second set already, and everyone's smiling.
They were close, but who cares? They won them all. What a fantastic performance by Team Ruination. I cannot wait to soon check out which other teams have made it to the top 4, because that was the last round, Robin. That was the last round of the group stage, and it was marvelous already. Ruination with a quick sweep here, a so-called 8-1. Even though all of the games have been close.
True.
This was a two-setter, as we say.
Yeah, very, very quick and easy. And I mean, the win rates from these players, they're just through the roof. They're just not losing. Like, they don't even know the feeling of losing anymore. Is that maybe a disadvantage going into those semifinals? When you just lost the feeling of how to lose, and then all of a sudden, when you then have to, in, for example, the first set in the semifinals, when you then lose, is that throwing you off then all of a sudden because you're not used to it anymore?
I mean, I don't think losing a set would throw you off. I think that has happened to them before in this tournament. But I think the feeling of already having accomplished something big can be, in a positive way, be a little bit deflating. Because you think, all right, this is our first World Championship.
The hunger is gone then, kind of, right?
We made top 4. We got ourselves a beautiful prize card. So everyone is super happy about that already. Showing the world how good you are at Master Duel. But then again, job's not done. Job's not done, and I don't think they think that as well. The hunger for an undefeated Worlds run is still there.
I mean, I don't think we ever had that. I don't think with the 3 world champions that we have crowned so far, with the 3 teams, any of them was undefeated in Swiss. So this could be a first time world championship appearance, first time maybe undefeated run all the way into the finals and then to the title. That would be a story to tell. I'm telling you.
We are telling the story, so we might as well. But that was absolutely fantastic. Team Ruination came out of nowhere, basically, and now they're just dominating the WCS.
Any surprises on their decks? Were we surprised by anything they did? I mean, we only got to see 6 games here, and some of them even only on the bottom of the screen. But I don't think the decks were necessarily crazy, because Radiant Typhoon was picked from Abdullah in both matches, which was the to be expected deck on most people's roster. Abo is known to play Branded, is known to play Draco Tail, so he of course brought the combination of those 2 decks in both matches as well. And then Toast just kept on playing his Qtune deck. So I think they made sure that their first deck is able to win in most of their matchups, and then for some matchups they're ready to cover with their second deck, which I think overall is just a really good approach to the World Championship format.
I think it's the best choice. You want to invest your preparation time into, you know, the best deck that you want to play ever, right? So if you're having 2 decks, splitting your preparation time 50-50, knowing that you're going to play both, is not necessarily the best thing, I think. I think focusing hard on your first deck is the best option, and then if you have to, bring your second.
I do agree, and also when you can just like make those decisions about shared cards. When we were discussing things about that, we oftentimes were wondering, hey, this shared card could be included into 5 of our 6 decks. But then eventually we would be coming to the conclusion that, hey, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's just better to have it in 2 of our main decks, because those are going to be played most of the time anyways, and therefore it's sometimes better to just have a card that you can't play as often, such as, for example, we saw people sharing Call by the Grave, but still you want to make sure that in your main decks they are presented as much as possible.
This is something I talked to Paktu about, because while our approach was always how can we fit like the most shared cards, they said, you know what? With especially 5 shared cards, we want to have the most impactful ones. So it doesn't even matter if we are having 2 different... Oh, we are actually getting another matchup.
And that is a huge matchup. We have B2Beat versus Fly2Fly, flying into a 3rd set here. And B2Beat and Fly2Fly, as you can tell by their scores, are both in contention for the semifinals, for top 4, and this very match will be deciding who is going to be advancing in 1st and who is going to be advancing in 2nd place.
Because I think B2Beat as 4-0 should still already...
up.
Yep, they came in hot and heavy.
Oh yeah, as Ruination did, honestly. We could have 2 undefeated teams after the group stage. That would be big. But that is a normal summon of effect. Valor here from... Oh, that enables stuff though. Oh, there's no answer. That's huge.
Yeah, that gets us a cool tune synchro. How much does that do for us, though? Yes, we could search a rotary. Oh, Ash Blossom Joyous Spring on the cool tune synchro.
Nice. Also, not immediately rushing it on the first thing, but
did we base the Ash here? Are we gonna see tuning? Synchro overdrive?
Why? No. We just searched for Q-Tune Synchro, and that was Ashed immediately. So I think this is going to stop the entire turn, and it is! A Lonely Effect Veiler, 0 attack points presented. This is not looking good here for Fly to Fly on this table, at least.
But why did we search for Q-Tune Synchro instead of the Synchro Overdrive? Because that doesn't let us play.
Does it not? We could Synchro summon immediately, right?
You have only an Effect Veiler on the field. Can you Synchro summon with an Effect Veiler and a Cool Tune from hand? I don't think so.
Probably not, yeah, you're right. But let's see. We are going into the turn here of Rabi Rebi, who has been successful before. We had them on feature right at the beginning of the day. We saw them winning there, and they kept on winning a lot here, so that they are currently already in that comfortable position to be locked up for top 4, and that is the normal summon of Zodiac Red Pier, a familiar face from the other feature match.
Are we playing into the Harmonia? Are we going to activate it and send a Ram Ram? No, we are not. We're playing it safe. We're all the way back in 2016 with the normal summon Red Pier. We're not even going for our big combo.
Leo, there's an Nibiru, the Primal Being, and Duel B. I haven't seen this card all day.
Finally, this card is so underrated right now because for some reason, in the last 2 years, nobody has played Nibiru anymore.
Yeah, it's completely out of the format, but it's only out of the format until someone brings it back in, and that decision was made by Team B to beat here, and that decision so far apparently paying off. There comes Broad Bull here in our main feature in Duel A again, and there is a response window, so it could be the Fudralis Harmonia that you were thinking of. It could be just an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring as well, of course. It is the latter. It is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which is able to stop the Broad Bull, but not necessarily stopping everything here.
Yeah, that's true. But denying the access to the Radiant Typhoon engine, perhaps. I mean, there's still 4 cards in hand, you know?
True. Okay, so which effect did we, Ash? Yeah, the Search effect. Okay, so the Special Summon effect through the Zodiac Red Pier still available, and that could lead to just what we need here, to that Draco future.
So the question is, I think you can very easily still get that search through, right? You just go into a Trident, detach the Broad Bull, destroy the Veiler, and then you go Shakenine, and then you go Tiger Mortar on the other one, give the material to the Broad Bull again that you summoned off with the Shakenine, then you still get the search, no?
Broad Bull ain't once per turn, you're right. But it seems like we are more so just heading into the direction of Utopic Future, which is making space for Draco Future momentarily, probably signalizing, if I would have to guess, that there already is Radiant Typhoon cards in their hand. And there is the Sven, of course. No need to search it when you already have it. So with the Broad Bull, honestly, we were so happy that they ashed it. They were completely cool with it.
Did not need to do all that. That was way too much. Also would play into Droll Lockbird then, which is another thing that, since the Red Pier is at 2, it's a little bit tougher to play around that.
Yeah, that's true. Here comes Eldum, and without any kind of response, but Eldum is going to fetch, if I would have to bet, a Crusea from the deck, and there it is. I won my bet.
There we go. Congratulations, my friend. But Vision is now being activated as well, and Rabi Rebi is just trying to secure that win here. It's already 3-2-3 in the last set, and those almost free victories, let's be completely honest here. You take those.
For sure. And here comes the Crusea. We draw 2 cards with the Vision, and now we get 2 cards from our deck just simply with Crusea 2. That's just so much card advantage created.
And it's not only so much card advantage, that's 8,100 attack points on the field.
Very right.
I think.
And Phonics still is even there. Yeah, if we would be in the client, we could just be left-clicking or clicking on the middle button, and then we would see how much attack points it would be. Oh, we go battle? I mean, we have the Phonics in hand, Leo.
Yeah.
Phonics in hand. If this isn't 8,000, we could still just do it.
And there we go.
It is exactly. No, it's 100 over.
That's 8,100, exactly. So we are taking this game as Rabi Rebi. Let's see how it looks on the other tables. Is Fly to Fly having to hope for a good tiebreaker, or can they also with 4-1 try to make it into the top 4 faster.
Ooh, that's an interesting game state, as we do see that there is Crusea next to 4 set cards. I'm wondering how we got to that, but actually, now seeing that this is turn 3 of the duel, that gotta mean that we broke the Draco Tail field, and now it's only going back to the Draco Tail player of the team here.
And that is always so hard when you're looking at the resources of Draco Tail right now. It's 5 cards in hand. We are currently trying to resolve our Verte Anaconda. We have the Cartesia on the field as well. There's just so much going on at the same time.
It's game though. I think beat to beat, attacking for game and duel C. They are not able to be defeated here this weekend. Another 5-0 performance from
they're playing
groups.
cool
We will
tunes.
have teams advancing completely undefeated, meaning that they will also avoid each other, of course, in the semifinals.
Oh man, that is so crazy here. Now let's see at the look at the last game, because I think for Fly to Fly they are at 3-2 now in the total record. Every single game counts.
Oh
just so much. Oh, Infinite Impermanence onto the Cartesia. Chained here. Chaining the Cartesia to your own Verte Anaconda. Oh, are we negating the Verte? No, we're negating the Blazing Cartesia.
We are. Rabbi there giving instructions to his teammates. Mystical Space Typhoon on our own Infinite Impermanence. There gotta be a mandate down there as well, because otherwise there would be no reason to do so. And that mandate able to now not only negate the Cartesia with the Infinite Impermanence, but
Radiant
also
Typhoon
make
is a
sure
problem.
that the classic Mystical Space Typhoon negate comes in to take care of the Anaconda as well.
So good. But the thing is, now you've used basically all of your cards. There's still 5 cards in hand. Varuron is going to be summoned too, so we have one more interaction and a set card, which hopefully for them is a Mystical Space Typhoon.
For sure. And I'm trying to figure out here whether there is a way that Fly to Fly is not advancing, because I think the closest to them in their group is Called by Army, which also is on a 2-2 score. But they're currently also in a super close match against Scheiber Corp in the 3rd set, where it is 3-3. So both matches very competitive and close.
Scheiber Corp. Did y'all hear that? Scheiber Corp.
This round, I would be inclined to believe that they are still going to be ahead after the round as well. But of course, the nitty-gritties of that need to be still figured out.
It's an end phase. The Ruron put an end to this turn. Yes, if you have so many cards in hand, that's still all very nice. But if your only push is perhaps a 5 mana from hand and the Ruron is just sitting there, there's not a lot you can do. However, now on the opposing turn, Cartesia becomes an interruption again. Or at least a starter for some fusion summon shenanigans. And honestly, Varuron, once a fusion summon has happened versus Draco Tail branded, is not the most useful card at all. You can just layer your effects like you want. You can say, you know what, Arthalion is definitely going to be my Chain Link 1, then possibly a Pan that is going to be Chain Link 2, and then some Lucia's effect is going to be Chain Link 3. But we are using the Sting first.
Oh, Dominus Perch everywhere. It is, of course, in all of those Radiant decks, but has found home in some of the other decks as well, making sure that this Sting ain't doing anything. Was it targeting the Mystical Space Typhoon? Surely it was, right? We were trying to make sure that the Varuron couldn't activate. And I mean, when we just have Varuron for the 5 mana, that seems really strong.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we have Cartesia as well on there, right? So,
but Cartesia we can check with a possible Mystical Space Typhoon. Oh, we go Battle Phase, so Cartesia no longer a factor, as we will just attack over it here.
But that's also meaning that we get another turn.
Yeah, interesting situation here. Fly to Fly, they need to win this game somehow to make sure their tiebreaker is as fast as possible.
Now Duelist Yamano is really crushing it here on the Draco Tail. And now we're looking at 2 very weakened attack points. Link 2 monsters staring each other down.
But there is Megala, and with the Surged Mystical Space Typhoon, that is able to get us going completely here again. We can chain block it, even prevent it from being answered by Ash Blossom and Joy Spring by also activating the effect of our Link to Marine Eidolon here. And there even is, of course, the just linked off Vibrant Vortex Varuron coming back to the field as well. Furthermore, also chain blocking the entire former chain.
the field just gets stronger and stronger. However, the Verti Anaconda stuck.
Yeah.
That is something
Is it
noteworthy.
Is it that bad? I mean, we probably used it to pay cost with the Branded Fusion on the previous turn. And as far as I remember, but let me not tell any
Branded
lies
Fusion
here.
is at 1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So that Anaconda really not that scary anymore.
That is true, unless you have Super Polymerization in the deck.
Ooh.
That you can send with Verti Anaconda very easily, and that really helps dismantling some fields you also don't.
No, they can get the one Albaz monster out.
Copies the effect, it does not copy the cost.
I forgot his name. Which one am I thinking of, chat? The
in your extra deck,
the one that allowed you to reshuffle cards from your graveyard back into the deck. They could just get that card out and
your extra deck
yeah, they could just hopefully if they can get Albaz out, they can go into
it is not looking like that's
the one fusion that requires 3 cards, and then they can reshuffle Branded Fusion back into the deck, right?
Leo,
And then
you tried everything. Come on.
smack Anaconda.
Nothing works.
None of it works.
Oh
But
no.
I'm sure they knew exactly.
Put it in the
how to
backfield.
deal with this. And that Anaconda is now not even a factor at all anymore. as
Yeah,
we
it's
have
not a
just
factor
made
at all.
sure
I guess
to
that
put
was
it into
irrelevant.
the spam trap zone, where it at least in this matchup belongs, I guess.
Yeah, it's just there. It's shelling. But beware of the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
Yeah.
That one could surprise you. But of course, we are just popping off now. We're continuing. Vision adds back the Mystical Space Typhoon. There is a lot of stuff, and also having these monsters in the spell trap zone, guaranteeing that you always have a not necessarily useful target for your Mystical Space Typhoon, but at least saying, you know what, I don't have to destroy my own cards.
That's true. So 5 cards in hand is plenty though here. So it is still definitely not over. I like how we also, we put the headphones now on into cool mode as we are certainly advancing into the semi-finals. So we're just playing this game out with swag.
That's true. While they are still chilling, they know they are going to be in the top 4 of the WCS 2026 in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Their opponent's life is on the line, and talking about the tournament, of course. That's not a shadow duel, I think, but
maybe you agreed on it. No, I don't think so. Okay, Lucius shall not resolve. Only 1 Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, meaning that we cannot destroy it, but we can immediately head into the battle phase, trying to also work around the Megala, but no, it will be protected by the ulti rarity. Seems like a rather low value rarity, but as long as it is protecting our Megala, it still seems very fine.
Raratory is so funny in other decks other than Ritual Beast because it's just such a big body monster. You think this is so valuable, and they just banish it for a Lucius, and it never comes back.
It's gone. No longer around. And now, is there any way to keep on going? Our normal summon was used in the battle phase, but we're considering options. What could this be? Maybe Fawn and the Virtuous right here, right now, on the Megala? But then they
on
could
your
just
own
chain...
Verte, and then you evenly.
Oh, okay. Keep talking. I like that.
I would like that to fall
Fall
into
into
it. Okay.
Okay,
Is this happening? Is this happening? I don't think that it's happening necessarily.
It gotta be on the Megala, I believe.
The Titaniclad in the end phase could potentially already be dangerous.
Yep. But there is, of course, the Mystical Space Typhoon. That's why I thought maybe Fallen the Virtuous would be good as an answer to that, actually. But maybe there's something else we can use here. Oh, the Mandate. Is it able to negate? It should probably be, because I don't think there's many more options to counter the Mandate here. So Fallen the Virtuous not resolving Mystical Space Typhoon, destroying our own Eldam, and destroying the resolution hopes of the Fallen the Virtuous.
And now the Megala can set up either a Phoenix or another Crusea, of course, that can just search us a Phoenix and get us another Mystical Space Typhoon, of course, as well. So this card, we're actually just taking Eldam for follow-up. That is also very, very nice. I mean, we're already in battle phase. We know that we're not going to lose this turn. So very much chilling.
Yeah. I talked to Suizokaku, who's still playing here for Team Fly to Fly after round number 3, where they were 3-0, and he was already quite happy that they could kind of redeem themselves after not performing too well at previous World Championships. Now losing round 4, and also with the loss here in round 5, they should probably still be able to advance, but of course not the progress of the tournament that they imagined.
Has Varurum been used already this turn? Oh, another Mystical Space Typhoon is chained.
On the Lucius.
Yeah, and now we are going to be able to take care of the Fallen of Albas, unless there is something you can chain to that, but I wouldn't even know what it could be. So we are not going to be able to take care of those cards as well. Fallen of Albas is just sitting there rather sad.
And we have our turn coming again here. So, as I just mentioned, Suzukaku with a marvelous win rate, as most of those Radiant Typhoon duelists here in the tournament, is looking to add another W to the resume here.
And you as a Radiant Typhoon enjoyer, you must love that, right?
Yeah, I like it. I saw it coming a little bit, and I'm glad to be proven right that this is one of the best performing decks here at the WCS in Tokyo, and that all of those high-level top players do agree on this deck just having such a high ceiling next to a really decent consistency with the ability to bridge between the two engines.
And once you have access to your engine going first, it's so hard to hand trap the deck. It's basically impossible. As soon as there's a Zodiac Red Pair on the field, there's like 3 cards you need to interact with at all, and that's just one card.
Your Great Fly is such a funny card. The fact that you play a card that is just simply there to boost your own monsters, that's just so funny. But here, it is going to boost all of those monsters by 500 each, so we don't even need Mandate to boost our monsters here right now, as they are really big enough, even over this Fallen of Albas, able to definitely close out this game here already.
I do love that Great Fly too. The usage of this card is way cooler than the Doolittle Chimera back in the day in those Fire King Snake Eye decks. This is superior use of the attribute.
GG.
2 Monsters Crusader attacks over the Fallen of Albas in case Dark Honest happens, even though it can be destroyed by battle. But now Phonix attacks 3,500, closes out this game. It's going to be a 4-5, but B2B still goes undefeated through the round-robin group stage. And Fly2Fly with a 3-2 record still should have very decent chances.
Apparently, when you made a reference to the back-to-back of the Q-Tune deck, you were able to perform well in this tournament, as both Fly2Fly and also B2B are in marvelous shape right now, looking like they are, I mean, one of them, obviously, for sure advancing to top 4, but from how the group stages are looking like, how the standings are looking, it does look like both of them, even though they faced each other in the last round, and of course, the one team coming short, both of them should be able to secure that ticket into top 4.
And I'm quite curious to see if in the top 4 are both teams that are undefeated so far, if they are going to win, and we're going to guarantee this undefeated winner of the WCS Master Duel for the first time, or if the curse strikes again. You know, the curse of Anubis is a kind of a community term for going undefeated through group stages or Swiss, and then the first round of the top cut, you are going to be eliminated. It has happened so many times already, but honestly, the trend is going down. For example, at the TCG, we had the first after Swiss also winning the entire tournament, Tim Gräfe.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, we also got to say, in this group, most likely these 2 teams advancing, but then in the other group, who's behind Ruination? I think Glorious Future actually has a really good shot, so maybe finally it is also time for Tusk to make his statement as becoming the world champion, as he has tried 3 years in a row and came short every single time.
Another top 4, the third top 4 in 4 years is crazy.
It is for sure, but can he make it happen this year? Still very strong teams to overcome, as we see 2 of them being completely undefeated, but I'm sure we will have marvelously exciting matches still remaining. So if you enjoyed the broadcast so far, you should absolutely be sticking around, as we have both semi-finals, both top 4 matches still playing out here today. So stay with us, as we will be back with you for top 4 very shortly.
Guess we're on break. So the semifinals coming up. I don't know how long until the semifinal. I'm not. Well, I guess I won't be able to play Masters all night. I will be streaming tomorrow for whoever's on here watching. Thank you. I appreciate you. Whoever's been on here with me, you've been locked in with me. They didn't put up a time limit like they did last time. back. Oh, man. Let's see what's going on here. My boy Andy stopped in on me. He'll probably swing back. If you're in my chat right now, I am about to review my chat in 1 second. I apologize. Alright, let's turn this back sideways. Y'all, I got my feet kicked up and everything right now for this. Semifinals, I'm up for it. Let's clear this off. There we go. 15 minutes left. Sorry, guys. I needed a bathroom break. I needed more caffeine. I'm up for the long haul tonight, I think. Why not? 2 hours and 43 minutes is insane. Oops, let's move this over. Keep an eye on that. Supreme Pro. Oh, Jesse Pack and Sam. Supreme Pro. Oh, Jesse Pack and Sam. Supreme Pro. Damn, I wonder if I can find their duels on. Let's see if I can find their duels real quick. Excuse me, guys. Soda. Darn, so Salmon must have got. What I'm hearing is that they got swept or lost 5-0 or something. I don't know. I missed theirs. Which one am I doing it through? Okay, so let's swap my links around. Alright guys, about to swap a link around real quick. So, I don't know why I'm doing it through this one. Who was doing her?
Specifically because.
Alright, so yeah, we're gonna swap this around. Go over to here. Alright, browser. You guys won't even notice. Paste. There we go. Alright. This one should have better quality. The other one, I was rewatching it a while ago when I was on break from my phone, and the quality of what they're showing, it wasn't all that great. Maybe this helps. Nah, double check. All right. About that time. 7 minutes. Oh. I might just go into a stream. Thinking about it. Let's see what time this is over. Damn, that's my boy in the middle, the Branded dude. Pac, yeah, Pac play Branded. I be watching his videos, matter of fact. I love Jesse Cotton's videos. I love Sam's videos too. Sam's one of the first, I think Sam might have been the first content creator I started watching for Master Duel, and I think that's what made me jump in Master Duel. I think I was searching Dark Magician, matter of fact. And then I found King Madi, followed by Kingsman Yu-Gi-Oh, and then other places like Jesse, Pack, um, Mocha, Royal Games. I'm forgetting a couple people. Uh, Barto. Some great people out there that really play. Let's turn that down. It's repeating me in the background. Oh, Bogety. Oh man. B2B. That's food in my teeth. Oh God. It's gonna be a long day. Sorry, guys. I'm having a bad hair day. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, finally to the top 4 of the WCS Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 2026 here in Tokyo Ariake. My name is Leonard König, and I'm, of course, joined by a prestigious team of co-casters. We have Jean-Alexis Rousseau, Sebastian Lemke, and Dr. Tom Payne. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm so excited to get into the semi-final. I mean, you called us prestigious commentators, but there's nothing compared to the players we have here. We have decorated players who have just taken down some of the other best players in the world. So we have on one side Glory Future. What do you think about them, Basti?
Glory Future. I mean, it is the Tusk team, and Tusk by many referred as Mr. Master Duel, winning all kind of duelist cups left and right throughout his career, basically since the beginning introduction of Master Duel, and every single World Championship, his team name included Future, because he wanted to be the future world champion. Is now the time to make it presence. It is possible, as he is in the top 4 with his team now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just wanted to say the fact that he's in the top 4, but now starts the real stuff. I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult because, of course, everybody in there was very strong. But now we have the semi-final going on. It will start right now. Who will be able to get to the final? That is
Oh, here we go.
We've talked about Tusk Team Glory Future, of course, back-to-back, basically. But beat to beat, they have been undefeated in the group stages.
Yet to be beaten.
Phenomenal team.
Oh, Maxi right here.
And the set 4. What's going on? Okay, so Rabi has been the Zodiac Radiant Typhoon player all day long and has been so successful with it, and maybe this Maxi was just what he needed here, as maybe there was no play around. Oh, reinforcement on the army! Tusk has been playing Sky Striker.
Perch.
Maybe.
That could be an answer. It's
Maybe.
dangerous. Wait, no, it's not reinforcement of the army, it's Radiant Typhoon Vision. Almost looking the very same.
I was wondering which table you were watching for a second there. I was like, are we on table B? But that is the Purge.
It is the Purge, in fact.
But still, this is one card from another card, and I think that it still is pretty good. You have 4 more cards, so we can just start your combos.
There's the reinforcement of the army. I smell
You
it.
had the vision, Basti. You had the vision.
I can see. I was thinking of the old art, so I was like wondering how you got them confused. But the new art of reinforcement of the army is a lot more similar to Vision.
There
especially,
you go.
Yeah, when it's upside down.
That's
Actually,
what I
that's
thought.
pretty good. That's pretty good because you can get access to your Ray right now and start all the combos. And we know that Ray is pretty good now that you have the 0, which will get you access to that engage.
Also, if you know that you're playing versus the Radiant Typhoon deck, those set cards don't look too threatening at all. Maybe Infinite Impermanence could be in there, because the Dominus Purge, that was a tell, right? You can't have too many decks that run Dominus Purge, so it's very likely going to be Radiant Typhoon. So one Ray might as well just try to go for a game shot here.
Absolutely. The only problem is that maybe you can be a little bit concerned about the trap card, because maybe you just bricked on this trap card and you have the trap card and a Mystical Space Typhoon, which can be a problem if you go for the end of game right now and you don't do your card advantage, you know, so...
I mean, you still get the card advantage just simply along the way, right? Like, one Ray is giving you so much. I feel like even if there is the Mandate, even if there's Mystical Space Typhoon, we're not as worried.
Is there gonna be linkage?
Yeah,
If you have linkage, you send Rose here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just going Hayate, because if you go for Ray straight into 0 and it gets negated, you can't link it off anymore. So this way, it's a little less high upside, but the floor, if you get hit with an Infinite Impermanence, you're going to make Kagari next, and then you can still make Shizuku, so you can still play a little bit more. So I really like this, much more conservative than just trying to go for 8,000 damage into 3 face downs.
I agree.
I mean, if we have linkage in our hand, we could try to go for that damage. If we send Rose here, we're going to have Light and Darkness, which gives linkage the extra 1000 attack boost, and then you could go Kagari into 0. That would, however, likely be answered by either Infinite Impermanence, of course, to stop it immediately, or called by the Grave onto one of the Ray or Rose to remove basically the Light Darkness
Just
attribute.
one thing I want to say about Duel B, we see Yummy once again here in top 4. That deck has been in a lot of lineups all of a sudden, and we also saw a Q-Tune playlist being activated there by the Q-Tune players, so some innovation going on here in the semifinals, some things that people may have not expected necessarily.
Yeah, Cool Tune Playlist, a super cool card, an extra search target in the Cool Tune deck when you are missing one extra copy of Cool Tune Synchro that you might have run, except for the Forbidden Limited list. But we're having a big, long think here about what we're sending off Hayate right now.
Yeah, and in Duel B, we see the Call by the Grave. That could be a good card in the Duel A as well. In Duel A, though, we're still thinking about what we are going to send with the Hayate. Are we thinking about if we are going for game or not? That might be the point here.
I think trying to go for a game here versus 3 sets, it's very tempting, but I also think if your opponent didn't really play, I mean, it was max seed, right? So there is a chance that they just set some bluffs. However, I think it's a little bit too risky. I don't know, you don't really want to set up too much versus the Radiant Typhoon deck, because if it's a bunch of Mystical Space Typhoons, they just need one play.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we chose to send Engage. We're going to main phase 2, so this is a very conservative play, and I really like this one. You know, the fact that you are able to do your card vintage, and then all of a sudden, you know, slowly, little by little, trying to get the game going for you. And I think this is pretty safe, but this is the best thing to do.
Songs of the Dominators is something new that we haven't seen, and that one also is supported by a trap card that we have in the graveyard. So let me tell you, this is going to have some impact here on this game.
Yeah, this is super impactful. We were talking about Infinite Impermanence, but this is Infinite Impermanence plus a Search of Dominus Purge for next turn.
There was actually the linkage, yeah, and we're going to activate it right now, sending the Kagari and special summoning probably something like the 0, I guess.
But that's the advantage of Songs of Dominators. In effect, Veiler and Infinite Impermanence could have completely been dodged by this linkage. Songs of Dominators doesn't care where the card is going.
Oh!
Ooh, but the Mystical Space Typhoon, they
Oh.
gotta be the mandate now, right?
I think so, yeah. It should be the next card being activated.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, of course. Setting 4 cards, you can, I mean, you can imagine that there is this
Fallen.
mandate right now.
Fallen.
It could be the case.
It's a Fallen moment, no.
answer. That linkage is negated. That's
Oh,
rough.
wait, but that's not too bad, right? You can just go Shizuku, and then in the end phase, you are searching. Oh, no, you have just used
There's
the linkage in the graveyard.
graveyard, yeah. That
Okay.
ain't working, so but it's just a regular link 1 into Shizuku. Will this be a slow game? It will be, as we only are able to set 2 more cards. And I think there's an Engage in the graveyard as well, so the only thing worth searching here is the Hornet Drones.
But we're still looking for some follow-up as well as 2 set cards, and those 2 set cards might as well be some Widow Encore, which can have a huge impact considering the fact that you were not able to play during the last turn.
And Mandate checked for a bunch of cards, right? So Mandate checked for another linkage. It checked for basically Fallen and the Virtuous. So you know those are not going to be those cards. So Widow Anchor, very high likelihood there. You know,
I think he checked for Widow Anchor as well, because you would chain the Widow Anchor to Mystical Space Typhoon and prevent Mandate from being activated.
Probably.
So
that's true, yeah.
if you're very hot on it, you would probably rule out Widow Anchor too. So it starts to wonder what that could even be at this
It
point.
can be a droplet as well.
Might be, you're right. But Duel B almost finished there. 5 life points remaining though, meaning that there is going to be another turn still for Team Glory Future. But here, I mean, we gotta face it. Yes, there was Max C, but all cards activated there were not necessarily anything that could have done something. Oh, this needs to resolve.
Is that gonna be
It will not resolve, right?
I mean, it might
It
resolve,
might.
but
I
then
mean-
we could answer it with a Lemnis Gate. That's one of the cards that could happen, because Droplet doesn't do anything versus Zodiacs.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we don't need to use Droplet on this. We could just save it for whatever they put on
They
top.
should be
But
showing.
as you say, the Zodiac cards.
Yeah, they need
are
to be
so
showing.
redundant.
They
What
need to be
do?
showing Max.
It's much better than Droplet because
Cool
that
Tunes
stops
and
it,
Branded
but
is
also
going at
stops
it.
from being used as exceed material for another Zodiac here. Massively important Forbidden Crown.
And now we know that Rabi Rabi has a Dominus Purge in hand. Maybe it's set now, probably it's set now.
Most likely.
So I think if we use Kagari now, I think we're going straight into that linkage that we have already in the graveyard, because there is no way we're going to add back the Engage and try to activate that right now.
feels unnecessary.
If you have enough stuff, yeah, you've already got one engage, so why not have a go? Draw engage off the top.
Sweet.
Now, yeah,
Pretty
that's
cool.
Yeah.
Leo knows that feeling, huh?
Oh yeah, top deck engage is the funniest one. Dominus Purge, of course, the immediate answer onto that. But I mean, now that there's a good Sky Striker ace Kagari that could follow this up.
Exactly, it opens up the space for another follow-up, and we know that the Sky Striker strategy in that situation is very, very good. Only one set card that we don't know, it might be something like
Sky Striker's starting to be interesting and want to play.
Make the mandate.
It's just that I don't know how.
See that right
I gotta
now.
figure out how to go
Of
for
course
kills
we
with a
will
deck like
activate it.
that.
There's a response, another song of
Another
the
one?
Dominators. We drew all of our trap cards, and also, I mean, we didn't have many plays on our opening turn. There was just so many trap cards that we have picked up here in our opening hand. Another Purge being picked up, but those ratios are crazy. We're running multiple songs of the Dominators in this Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck.
This is almost like an archetype.
Yes!
Honestly, we could have played around that. We have Hornet Drones in hand, no? So Hornet Drones could have just been summoned. We go into Amatsu, and then those go into Azalea to check the last back row card.
Yeah, Hornet Drones now, though, you can still just turn into
can make it
a
to
0,
zeros.
and I think you're very, very happy. I mean, maybe you're calculating now how much damage you can do. You only need to do 6,500, so is it just...
Yeah, for sure you can make this happen. You know the last card remaining in hand. This is an opening. Mr. Master Duel.
Is
Mr.
Cool Tunes in
T3CH
trouble?
Is playing Sky Striker, one of the most favorite
Cool
decks
Tunes is in
of
trouble.
the entire community, and he's trying to make it a world champion deck here this weekend.
If you just go into a 0 with the token together, then you can just attack over the Red Pier for 2,000, 4,500, tribute it, summon Ray and Rose, put them down to 1,500, then you should have Amatsu in the extra deck for Ray effect.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that he's just going for display, to be honest. You have every single card which is known, and therefore he's gonna special summon the 0 and probably just end a battle phase without activating the effect on summon. So that should be a 1 game here in Duel A. Yeah, we're going to battle phase. This is done game.
Yep, this looks very, very good. But still, you can tell by just looking at the face cam there from Tusk how much it means to them. He wants to finally get into the finals. He wants that title so badly. Has been working for it since
Game
the
time.
introduction of Master Duel entirely. And
Excuse me,
this
GG.
is the weekend to make that dream come true.
Starting off with a big win in such a difficult-to-play matchup, of course, with the help of Maxi and a rather bricky hand of his opponent.
There it is.
Playing through basically 3 purchases.
Bam!
Winning the game on the spot after the Hayate damage.
Great
in the first
job.
turn with 6,500 damage off of that 0.
Man, get to that branded game. Go to the branded game.
Games looking Harmonia is now being summoned.
Man, go
It is
to
a
the
big,
branded
big
one.
comeback that we are witnessing
We're
here.
about to miss it. Look at the
Draw
branded
the
game.
T2 player down
Branded
to
game over.
500 life points, but we are now turning possibly things around. But the Snatchy is also changing.
How
so
did you go to
maybe it's not
game
going
B?
to be
You
enough.
could have. You had plenty
This
of
is looking
time
like
for
a
that.
very complicated chain going on right now, but if we see a queue about to resolve, you've got to think that the Kultun player is going to be in the driver's seat. I'm not seeing any cards in hand and much going on the field on the side of Yami.
That's true.
I mean, still there are 2 bodies that will come back on the field, which could possibly do something.
Q resolving though. That's never good news.
You're gonna get the Cupsy Yummy Way effect as well, because in the next chain we're gonna have probably a Rekko or a mix or something like that, and you have also sent the Malong. So Malong is also probably gonna want to activate. If not, you could, I think.
3 hours is
I don't think
crazy.
you need to activate everything here, right? Oh, you don't have the fields by JJ Cool Tunes, so if you were to make a loudness war, then that would not be of much help.
Yeah. Very, very true. So this is the last game remaining. If we can take this down in the shoes of Glory Future, they would be sweeping this first set, which would be a crazy introduction into this first semi-final, almost giving them a huge lead, which could almost never be overtaken.
But Yummy is so resilient. It's basically incredible. You get more and more interruptions out of this one.
Okay, Yummy.
Here comes what's going to be a cookie.
Yeah, this is a cookie, of course.
Oh yeah.
dynamite against synchro-based decks, because you're going to set 2 monsters, which against a lot of decks is almost better than destroying them, because there's no real way to make use of them anymore. And Cookie's going to come back, so both the Cookie and the Cookie Way going to clear this entire field.
Yep, destroy one, and you also have Snatchy.
Exactly, exactly. So we are going to be able to activate the effect, get rid of the bodies, which will be face down, and on top of that, you have the Snatchy, which will also be able to...
Yummy is fucking here.
Like, you have so many interruptions. You have the feeling that there's nothing left on the field, and all of a sudden...
And they were just saying that it was never good when Q come into play. Now look, Yummy flipped it.
That's a really good one. And the Rotary in hand, the problem is that it's not able to
flipped him.
because there are no other cards.
Yeah. I mean, you get the feeling that Yummy is one of the top decks now.
Oh,
I mean, it's been played so much this tournament already.
Totally.
Maybe it's because we played the video throughout the day and our broadcast here so much, because that is a huge performance. Even here in the first game of that very important semi-final, immediately we made that decision from Yamano to pick the Yummy deck, which is not necessarily their first deck, but still the desired deck for this matchup here against Q-Tune.
It's going so well. Just look at that. The Lollipop is going to be discarded. There's so many resources, and you know your opponent doesn't have a lot. So I think closing out this game is not going to be the toughest of tasks.
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, literally nothing. Basically, just a monster in defense position. So we are going to just get the combo and probably get the win right there, which will make B2Beat just come back at 2-1 against Glory Future.
Very, very, very important game win here, making sure that this set does not go down unmatched. And we are heading into the second set with a 1-2 overall score, still giving the lead to Glory Future.
Yeah, it's such a enormous difference not to go down 0-3 in the first set, especially. I mean, it's even worse if it's a game. And now, honestly, if you're getting swept in the last
I didn't expect Yummy to win. No, they didn't expect Yummy to win that.
That is still... you're so in this matchup, even though if you lose another 1-1,
nah, y'all was banking on. Y'all was saying cute. Y'all was saying cool tunes. Y'all was saying Yummy didn't have much they could do.
That was a hot take.
That's the most you're gonna get from me this week.
They was wrong.
Fair enough, but I mean, good.
They should have showed that Brandon and Cool Tunes match though. They was cooking a while ago. I was thinking that was match C.
And a lot of people are saying that this is a very problematic matchup for Sky Striker, meaning that one out of the equation. This is maybe looking good for Tezuko here to get additional wins, as for example, the Sky Striker versus Q-Tune matchup is way more favorable for the deck. Even though I think every single time we saw Tezuko in featured match this weekend, today, they have played that matchup and they have won it as well.
Yeah. I mean, if some things go for you, it's by no means a 0 versus 100% matchup. It's not like Primite Apophis versus Radiant Typhoon, right? That's a much tougher matchup. But
I've won that one before as well.
Especially if you're going second, you get to utilize the battle phase.
Yeah.
It is playable for Sky Striker. If you go first and you end up on some interruption, but your opponent has a really, really strong hand, honestly, the Mystical Space Typhoons do way too much work.
Yeah, I totally agree. But speaking about those decks, I think that we can also talk about the synchro decks, to be honest, because I thought that the Q-Tune strategy was about to just take it all and be the most dominant strategy. But for now, what we're seeing right now, we're seeing the Yummy strategy being very, very good indeed. And I think that this strategy, I mean, it's
Yummy.
under the radar.
Yummy been kicking ass.
Stuff. It can be very,
Yummy been kicking ass, taking notes.
Here another time, that is the question, because
I thought Yummy was dead though. That's crazy.
2-1 for Glory Future against B2Beat.
Okay, here we go.
For a spot in the final. Who will win?
So we do have for our main feature here in Duel A, Rabi, the team captain, going up against
Maxi!
Yuki, of course, but that is another Maxi.
Call by the grave!
Ring, ring!
Who's there?
It's the grave calling your Maxi, banishing it from the graveyard. Isn't that nice to see? It's comforting at some point, right?
It is.
Wow, Rabi on the wrong side of Maxi, getting Maxi'd himself and then thinking, okay, this is fair, I get my Maxi now. And then, of course, not today. Thanks to Corp.
My! Let's have a look together. It is still, of course, the Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck for Rabi. But, well, with the trap card in the opener, that is pretty much an easy choice. Just take that Elven away there, and everything else can possibly be answered easily.
Called by talents, now it's a party. That is so incredibly strong.
He's in trouble.
In Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you can still play the King of the Pharaohs. That is just going to get you that Habakiri. 1,000 years of Habakiri are raining down upon your opponent now.
But everyone, it feels almost like a blast from the past. Yummy making big results here. Now the Mitsurugi Ryziel deck that was dominating Duelist Cups rather at the end of the last year, they're taking their main spot here again in the World Championship, closing out the season, it seems like.
Well, this is the fantastic thing about.
So I've seen Brandon, Draco Tail,
different decks almost from the team. You have to come up.
Zodiac, Typhoon,
3 performing decks. You've got to come up with
Elf
maybe
Note,
even more because of the shared cards. If there's popular cards like Fallen
Elf Note,
Virtues or something
Diabell.
like that, you've got to come up with.
I forgot what that one was. Elf Note,
I
Diabell,
will also
cool
say
too.
this deck is important to them because they have gotten triple tactic talents in this deck.
Ryziel,
This is a card that has
Mitsurugi.
not really been shared by anyone as far as I'm aware of. So they must have said, okay, this deck deserves some love. We don't want to play it in any other deck, but this goes into the Mitsurugi Ryziel.
I mean, it's a free off, so you can still like just give one there, give one there, give one there.
Yeah, but why not give it to the main decks, you know?
Have you played triple tactic talents in your decks lately?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Played a lot of Sky Striker.
Fair. Okay. I get that, but here comes Mitsurugi Ritual. We do not have to
What's
fear
these bottom ones looking
anything
like?
in Robbie Rabbi's hand, as we do have all informations available.
What's that?
Triple tactic
Cool.
talents. And I think
Cool tunes look like they're about to cook down bottom.
another reinforcement of the army for task fetching the good old beloved Ray.
I thought it was.
What's this bottom left one?
Same card, honestly. To me,
Oh,
they're all
branded.
but here
What's
comes
that, Brandon
Mitsurugi
Draco
Ritual
Tail?
now in our main feature in Duel A, bringing out good old Murakumo. Oh, I mean, Murakumo is making plays for another Murakumo. There you go.
Yeah, it's very trendy now. People just summon like all the Murakumos they can. What's the point in summoning Habakiri when you could just summon 2 or 3 Murakumos instead? Get them on the field, make it harder to interrupt, because if you're against Mitsurugi, one of the good strategies, if they've only got one properly summoned Murakumo, is to get rid of it, maybe banish it with Caught by the Grave, banish it with a Bestial, somehow prevent it from getting onto the field. So, but if you ritual summon 2, it's just that much harder.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just securing your spot with 2 Murakumos, and for now, it looks like a very basic combo. We are just getting those monsters from the extra deck, and especially the Draxuction over here, which will be able to activate its effect, get the 7 Stackion, and get back to the Ryziel stuff that we've got in there. And I mean, Rabbi cannot do anything about that. He's gonna have a single draw to try to change the fate that he's gonna have to face. It's gonna be very hard, but I still believe that it's possible if he gets a good draw. I mean, a draw that can add some unexpected stuff.
Hold on, that was a weird Mitsurugi mirror there, because we used 2 level 4 monsters from our field in a Ryziel themed deck. That doesn't seem like a good investment of cards, but we still have more Ryziels to follow it up, so it may just be fine.
And we also searched the 7th Tachyon, right? So we had the follow-up from the Dragluxion. So I think that it's honestly fine to just summon Futsu, one of the best ritual monsters in the game, to our side. Now your Nibiru Proof, which apparently is still relevant. You have your Detonator, you have your Hope Harbinger. This is so good.
I mean, this is scary.
And Trap Card.
And 2 trap cards. Yeah,
because
this
why
is
not?
crazy. I mean, it feels like once you've seen the hand as well, there are no spells that we know about in the hand, but Hope Harbinger gonna check any top deck spell cards. This is, yeah, a very tough situation to get out of.
What can you draw to just try to break the field?
Evenly.
Which card?
No,
would
not
be
even
great?
evenly.
Dark Ruler no more can just be negated as well. Yeah, it's really not that easy to find a card that turns this thing around here. Not Droplet. Oh, wait, Droplet can be sending a trap card though, possibly. So we could at least work around that, but then we're just missing resources overall.
You need a spell though to get around the Hope Harbinger, or a monster as well. Okay, we're good. You got me.
I think if you want to negate everything, you just need to discard all your other cards. That's the main issue. So I think there's no single card in the game that can get you out of this pickle.
We shall see that very
Yeah,
soon,
they're cooked.
while on the other tables, the duels are still running and
Oh, immediate Mitsurugi
Yeah.
prayers here. The Futsu can't activate
Cool
on
tunes
normal
at the
summon,
bottom.
but with the prayers, we just make sure to get
So
that
it's,
Murakumo
what's
back
that,
from
Sky
the
Striker
graveyard
versus Brandon
anyways,
Draco
so
Tail,
we can immediately
Duel B.
destroy the Ram that was normal summoned.
Especially before there's other Zodiac cards in the graveyard, because then Ram can just get those cards back. We're not having any of that. And I mean, also with the Murakumo at the Detonator and the Hope Harbinger and your Trap, the Purification.
This is kind of
against
cool, right?
3 cards, of which 2 are rather useless. No, completely useless in this
Being
situation.
up at this time, it's like watching the
I think
Olympics.
that's, gonna
The
be
Olympics of Yu-Gi-Oh
Here
right
the problem
now.
being in Duel B, this card
I'm
really is
4
bad.
a.m. where I'm at,
Using a
4:10.
Sky Striker here, that is something you don't see every day.
Nope.
But with the new Sky Striker cards, it does at least come up as you're summoning quite a lot. And that is the new card, right? That's the card we picked up for turn, the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah.
And as it is the only card we could negate with Hope Harbinger, we do so.
Yeah.
And insult to injury there, the Mystical Space Typhoon doesn't even go to the graveyard. It goes under that Hope Harbinger, so you cannot even try and summon any Radiant Typhoons, and you're staring down, what is it, like 11,000 damage.
Yeah, speaking about hope, I think there is not a lot of hope on the side of Rabi Ready. So he's going to have to rely on his teammates to just hold on and try to stay in this duel.
Because that's not gonna cut it. One set card of which we know it is ready at Typhoon Mandate. But on the other side in Duel B and Duel C, it is looking a little bit more promising. Yes, we've just seen a Nibiru, the primal being.
I think it might be it on Duel C.
Yes, it is. So even before this game can be closed out, the equalizer was secured for Team B to beat. Yeah, it's going to be changing very, very soon, but just for the moment, we are on even terms here.
I love how we're just not finishing this.
Yeah.
We're just waiting a little bit more, just enjoying success. Really.
No. We have to talk to our teammates. We have to make sure that the other game, which is much more competitive, is really decided. This game, we can take all of our time. We know we are winning, and that is what
That's
we are
over
securing
with.
here now.
GG.
The battle phase is where we belong, and that is, again, that 3-2 lead. But overall, we are going to have a third set for sure, as this second set will not give us an overall winner just yet, and I'm always happy when that is the case.
And we'll go to Duel B, where the Nibiru Primal Being was activated against Sky Striker, which is always funny. The Crown being activated as well on the Albaz, and we've got a pretty beefy token right there with 5,000 defense points.
But I think in the next turn, it's gonna be pretty easy to get rid of it, because the Mirror Jade has been sent to the graveyard by the Nibiru, so we are going to be able to trigger our graveyard effects. Ooh. Or Azalea can pop the Nibiru.
It can. I mean, it's funny. We gave our opponent the token, but it is a light attribute token. Oh,
Okay.
and it also still is engaged. Maybe this is the deck that the main character of Master Duel needed. The main character energy with the main character deck here.
I love seeing an engage resolving, so we are going to pick up another card to get probably a draw. I think that there are 3 spell cards in the graveyard right now, and I think there will be another engage, right? It must be.
Did Albez's effect not activate?
It's still not over. If he actually gets like a Cartesia bet, an Ecclesia back.
Not understanding that. Why Albez's effect didn't activate?
I think that maybe has been somewhere on the field before as well. Honestly,
or is he waiting for this to resolve?
As well as
I think we are activating desires now too.
I think so.
No.
As well. That's often a tell if you are searching
Oh, this
for
is
rose,
bang bang.
If you are scared of banishing it with Pot of Desires, you want to make sure to get it out of your deck before. Oh, using the rose here. So don't think the Shizuku is going to stay around until the end phase, as we're linking it off together with the rose, signalizing on that term now that there must be also a Lemnis Gate.
Sky Striker is killing the World Championship. Wow.
I mean, we needed to summon 1 monster just to get the roll.
Sky Striker is a fucking problem.
You had to waste some cards, and Engage is gonna be resolved again. It is so good. Of course, you can't take care of this Fallen of Albaz in the main monster zone because you have Forbidden Crowned. Great support for the deck, honestly.
And to be honest, this is the kind of situations you like to be in. You're just making so much advantage. I mean, you know that, Leo, yourself, as master of the deck. You just activate all the cards. And Another engage being activated right now.
Oh yeah,
but
let me.
It starts
Come here,
to be
Albaz.
very promising for the Sky Striker player. Activating
Albaz
this
is about to
engage,
be out of this
getting
match.
engaged,
Is over
getting
with.
another draw. Now 6 cards in hand, and we are keeping the pace right now.
Oh,
When
does
that's
it stop?
insane! That's insane! We can draw 2 more cards, so now 7 cards in hand. Like, this is almost game.
You see T3CH still
This is a
completely
wrap.
locked in there, but his teammates just starting to smile with every card that he's resolving there. But game not just yet, because we are in main phase 2, of course, so we will have to just set a couple of cards.
Oh, we're on main phase 2.
Do 5, come on.
Yeah, do 5, set 5 pass, full combo. But what's going to be very interesting is to see what's going to be activated on the side of your opponent. As you just said, Leo, you can activate like the Cartesia, for example, the Ecclesia. The Cartesia is right there.
Will there be any branded effects in the end phase as well?
That's
Will
very
we see an Albion? Will we see a Dogmatica, Titaniclad? A lot
Very
could
likely.
be coming back. This is one of those games that takes a lot
Come on, Brandon.
out sometimes. Both decks have access to
Come on, Brandon. Let's see what Brandon can do.
I think there's no more effects.
Do you think so? No.
He's still choosing which ones to do.
Okay,
He had Mirror Jade at the beginning of his turn.
True.
So there has probably been an activation of that Mirror Jade before he started to use Nibiru, the Primal Being.
And I think there might be something like Titaniclad or Albion. Oh, nothing!
Well, if we're playing Sleuth, that Albaz was probably brought back with the Rinbrum. So maybe the Rinbrum was...
True that.
This is a fun little puzzle game. You have to figure out what happened before by what's happening now.
True.
But yeah, this is tough. We can special summon Ecclesia, and there's Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon in the grave. Do you just pick a random back row?
Surely you
I think
do.
so.
Yeah, I don't think you want to target the 0. I think that's...
Oh, with Chaining Vision, though.
Well, I mean, if it's the card that was targeted, right? That's
Gotta
just
be.
free real estate at this
And of
point.
course, this is not the card that you want to target at first, but...
This guy's Lemnis Gate, which is another useful card in the graveyard, of course. Here comes Cartesia.
Cartesia always makes it difficult for Sky Striker to interact with this deck. I wonder if you just try to activate 0 as fast as possible when the Cartesia...
the Ash Blossom on the K2, that is actually insane. We drew so many cards.
I'm about to
of course
say,
we
he
have
got
some
those
hand
from the extra
interactions,
cards.
And this one is insane because it forces
He
the
had
player
to.
use the Cartesia effect, but we might have, of course, the response right now with the Widow and Core. Will there be something?
Yeah, this is looking
Nothing
very
extreme.
tough.
I mean, we still...
Just resolves.
Yeah. You're so surprised about it.
Ecclesia can now be special summoned because he actually took the card and therefore has 2 monsters and phase.
We don't even bother. It doesn't look like this game is winnable anymore. So in the end phase, we do see T3CH deciding to use V0. It will not be stopped. We bring out Ray, we bring out Rose, and we might even just destroy the Cartesia, I would imagine, before it can be taken back over.
I think that's a very solid point. Otherwise, you could also destroy this and trigger the Lemnis Gate in your graveyard. To
Why did you destroy the Albaz?
Something like a Camellia.
Can't you just use Rembrandt on your turn?
Well, removing this card in a smoother way.
Yeah, no graveyard fusion sent this turn, so you're not even going to get the Cartesia back to the hand. This is looking very tough. And
it's over with.
Not famous for having loads of hand interactions, the brand.
Oh yeah, it's over with.
Tusk is so good at this game. All of those difficult matchups, Sky Striker in those 3v3 formats. It is not known as the strongest.
Yeah, I wanted to play Master Duel, but
easy to counter them.
I didn't think we was gonna be up this long. I've already been on here for 3 hours and 31 minutes.
Overcoming everything. One of the most difficult decks in the format. And Tusk is just piloting it masterfully. Game after game. Radiant Typhoon, no problem. Branded, who cares? We have Ray and Gage and Linkage.
Leo, it's not the deck, it's him. You
Yes.
have to say, of course, one of the most prolific players in all of Master Duel, showcasing it once again, and that is a big Kagari, signalizing already that this is going to be the last battle phase of this game, bringing glory, Future into such a favorable situation. Oh, hold on, not too quick, once more.
It's still enough because you have the linkage still. You can oh wow, Lemniscate to just shuffle back your own card from the graveyard, not even letting that Magnamo touch the field for a little bit, just take out those targets.
Yeah, Lemniscate, such a versatile card. A non-target bounce basically outs everything in the game, and then you can also do these little tricks to play around Bestial Magnet and cards like Called by the Grave, and shuffle every card that you could possibly need back into your own deck. Does anything you could want.
Yeah, this is actually a very, very good card, and seeing the Sky Striker strategy being that good in that situation feels great, to be honest.
We took our own card back there, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give your opponent the information where the card that survived the last turn was, right? So that's just, it just does make sense, even though you're gonna finish that game. 0 attack, hit him with it.
0 chance in this game for Team B to beat. And Tazuku stays undefeated here as the team captain in this first semi-final that we're witnessing live from the World Championship here in Tokyo. And that is going to lead us to a third set where everything is still possible, everything is still on the line. Are we going to see some more different decks? Because there is some more spies actually in both of those teams, which which we will hopefully be able to see, because we're not going to spoil it just yet, as it might still be secret information, and they're just waiting for the right moment to unwrap the surprise with their second deck.
Well, if there is a time for it, it's now. B2B 4-2 down. They haven't yet lost a match, but losing the first one now, you'd still be out. You don't get any extra lives going into the semi-final for going 5-0. So any secret tricks, they've got to bring them out now. They've got to go 3-0 in this last set.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard, to be honest, but I think that they can do it. If a team can do it, it's them. They were undefeated, 5-0. You just stated that very convincingly. I mean, they were the best team right now, so they might, even backs against the wall, be able to just get all the wins and get the 3-0.
And I don't even think they need
Well, I
to
guess we're going to see.
necessarily, or bring out the spice necessarily.
They were undefeated. They're not undefeated no more.
If you go 5-0 through Swiss, I think
they got to go 3-0 in the next round.
On the all reliable, and just say, you know what?
I don't see nobody. I don't see either side going 3-0 in the next round.
The first 2 sets.
Now where everybody's fighting to get to that next round.
Yummy time? Yummy worked pretty well for them on the first set, so maybe going back to that could be the way to go. Was one of their
Excuse me, guys.
They could win with, but of course now with the matchups working out differently, maybe that just being a counter pick deck. Do you think he's bringing it?
It's tough to say. He's probably going to have this already planned out. Maybe you're not coming up with it on the fly. You're going to go through, and as everyone can do at home, I'm sure these players are looking through. They're going, okay, what did my opponents play in the last 4 rounds? Maybe I have a plan. I'm going to play deck 1, deck 2, deck 1 again. Yeah, these players, they're going to be locked in and prepared.
Absolutely, and this is where the strategy is really important, the preparation, so that you can just have the best chances to try to win the games. Yes, there are 2 games down, and they have to win.
Can we get to the next set?
But they are prepared for that, so we will see what their plan is and if they switch strategies.
Preparation has changed from last year, right? Because there on the day 1, you played only the group stages and you only had to prepare for those group stage matches, not for the other group. Now this time is different. But we are going into the last set of the first semi-final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel WCS 2026.
All right, and we do see Yamano going second here in the main feature. They need to win every single game. And there's Branded Fusion resolving on the opposing end for Yuki here. So Glory Future off to a good start.
Yeah, these are 2 of the most powerful spells that Branded has available to them. Branded in High Spirits and then Branded Fusion. No responses yet.
Hold on, 5 mana getting activated right here. So we might have something to try to stop our opponent from simply just playing the game, because the set card, if we move the set card, then we'll maybe not have access to the Dracodal card.
Mululu Urgula? Anyone? Oh, what?
That's more than that, actually. 3 cards.
Urgula and Pan, both of them. But
this is incredible. Yeah, you can destroy both of them. Neither of them target, so Gonna get around the targeting protection that Albion has. This is crazy.
It's so hard to deal with Sanctifier Dragon normally, but that card is the perfect answer to it, and you can even do it on their very first turn.
And you've just set up Rahu and Ketu and maybe even a or
This
maybe
is one
even
of
a
the
trip
best
card.
openers going second you could hope for.
But this is also very risky because if you have an extender on the opponent's side, it might be very hard because he's just gonna get all your cards out of the equation and you have nothing left.
And he's just set Ketu. Is that maybe a signal that the one of Rahu is in hand already? Because Ketu is not normally the card that I would set in this situation when I'm playing versus empty field.
That's fair. Also, one thing I want to note, Tazuko, even though he was so successful with his Sky Striker deck in the first 2 games, he has switched over to Malice, and he has been stopped very, very hardly, as he only has passed on that white binder. So Duel C possibly also a possible outcome for B2B that is successful.
And we have an extender. We actually have the Mulu right there, which is able to activate its effect. So we will be able to keep playing.
Will they go 3-0?
Those cards, those spell cards, to try to be able to fuse. And on top of that, there is an Arsalion on the opponent's field, so we will be able to resolve a full case.
What a royal finish.
Oh, that is going to be so strong. You could also destroy it with the pan
I'm
and
three,
set a
so does
Rahu
them.
to fuse the Urgula from the deck. You're going to be able to add back Fallen of the White Dragon. So even though that was a jump scare fight mana there, that might still not be a good position.
Yeah, this
for
is going to be
Yamano.
tough, yeah, because we're going to maybe see a Gulamel come down before you use the Fallen and White Dragon. And then between Gulamel and Urgula, you can go after both of those face downs. So all of the resources that we thought we were going to get back might be destroyed because they're vulnerable right now on the field.
Wow.
To the TV.
In Duel C, we see a Dimension Fissure being activated.
From Tazuko, so apparently his deck is just a hard counter. Malice with Dimensional Fissure, that is some choices. But the Elf Node strategy presented by his opponent might be struggling against that.
Yeah, but there's only Fissure. There's no other card in hand or on the field.
You can't have it all.
It was basically just left arm offering into Dimensional.
Oh, normal summon Maxi and Duel C is crazy work.
Wow, that is a crazy... All of those games are incredible all of a sudden. I can't even speak anymore.
So will they go 3-0?
There even is Earthbounds now, but that is the Stone Sweeper grabbing us another starter in the Q-Tune strategy. So all of the games are very much competitive here. There is K2 now here in the main featured match. This is all still open. Can we get rid of those 2 set cards? We need to, because we know they're also powerful. But Lucias will be fused away. Oh,
there's so much going on right now. Secretarian Dragon going to come down.
Duel C is over though. First step is done. B2B has won the first game in this third set.
1 out of 3. We need 2 more games right now. And we'll see if in Duel B we can still get the victory. It's going to be very hard though, because I mean there's a Secretarian, there is the follow-up from Lucias, there's almost everything, even if we had such great hand.
Tusk put himself in this situation to get himself into the final, but now it's on his teammates. He couldn't make it there. The Malice strategy not performing too well for him, but on the other end, his teammate is just summoning card after card. Gulamel, as you predicted, Tom.
Yeah, here we are. This is just classic Dracotel mirror match gameplay. This is going to look really tough because of that Secretarian Dragon. Going to stop you from using dragons or spellcasters. It's one of the cards that mirror matches often hinge on because, yeah, preventing your opponent from using spellcasters or dragons while it's on the field going to do so much. Got rid of those spells and traps now. Only thing to watch out for with your Secretarian Dragon is not to leave it on the field next to a Fallen of Albaz.
Well,
but there's a Fallen of the White Dragon.
How do we get rid of the Fallen of Albaz, though?
Maybe you can bounce it with your own horn.
Or you can destroy it with Gulamel. Worst case scenario, I guess.
Yeah, so you gotta be quick then.
Or you can fuse it off yourself with the opponent's
oh yeah, true.
Alien.
Yeah, you can make your own Albalanas. That is a very
He can make his own Mirror Jade right now as well, if that's the plan. No, okay.
Another Fallen of the White Dragon. So are we just fusing all of those away now? We gotta, right?
Yeah, I think we should make Duo Drive.
Yeah,
we're just fusing both of them away, okay. Here comes Albalanatus.
Yeah, this is a common thing. You don't want to let those cards on your field. and you're getting the 5-mana back. That's a very good situation to be in.
But why are we leaving the Arthalion on the opposing side of the field?
That's what I was wondering. That would have been a dragon we could have easily used for that contact fusion there as well. But no, the Fallen of the Virtuous now being set. This is looking like a real solid setup. And Fallen of the Virtuous in there as well. Okay, interesting to see.
It almost looks like Yamano shouldn't have activated that huge 5-mana that brought him so much, because that seems a little bit worse with some more resources in your graveyard. Absolutely wasted the K2 and the Sting not available anymore. It's going to be a while before a Sting resolves for Yamano. So can he get out of that sticky situation? We know half of the hand. We know a Pan, and I think we know a 5-mana.
5-mana, yeah, as well. But it's still going to be very hard, to be honest. First of all, we've got to get rid of the Secretarian, which is really hard to deal with as Dracotel player. And this is going to be the first step. After that, we can get rid of the auto cards. But, I mean, this is very hard. I
mean, we have a Pan, right? So we can 5-mana, Pan, summon maybe a Gulamil or something. But then again, there's Fallen and the Virtuous, and I think there should still be an Ecclesia in the graveyard.
There is.
And then you can just
summon it. It's going to be a rough match.
Which sounds nasty.
You got to watch out though, because Secretarian Dragon only has its effect when it's been fused.
I wonder how much time they get.
This is an
Do they get all the time they want?
Many people where they take your Secretarian Dragon from your grave, and I say, I'll still.
Yeah, I wonder how much time they get.
Appreciate that, very well done. But I'm still in the lead.
It's a nice Secretarian Dragon you have there.
Duel A is also looking like an incredible grind game already. A B2B and one set card facing 3 cards in hand. Also, all of those games are still so incredibly open.
Special summoning Ecclesia in attack mode here, making a bit of a statement. Oh, that must have been a normal summon. That's why we're allowed to activate the effect.
Yeah, I think so. So we'll see if there is something as a response.
Okay. Fallen of the White Dragon. Immediately we are going to respect this now with the Dracotail Sting. And I think the banishing part here, not as important as the chance to possibly chain the Gulamel here right away.
Now, is there even an interruption for Yamano? No! Gulamel immediately is going to be able to target that Fallen of the White Dragon.
You chain the 5-mana, of course. Yeah, you have to chain the 5-mana right here and try to get the effect off.
But you haven't activated the effect. You were not allowed. It was Secretarian Dragon on there.
Yeah.
So that really just takes away your option to Albalinatus, the Secretarian Dragon.
Yeah, this is very tough. Well, you have to, because otherwise your Albaz is about to die here. So you got to come up with something. But what even is there to summon? Anything you summon has to be a dragon or a spellcaster. But that's exactly what Secretarion's going to prevent you from doing anything with. So maybe it's just time for a Secretarian Dragon of your own.
It might be. And in Duel A, we saw that there only was a Typhon summoned by the player from B to beat. And now it's back to the Q-Tune player. So this could be Glory Future's time already in a good-looking Duel B here. But before that, we could wrap up Game A even.
Quite curious as to how soon these games are going to end, because there's a lot of resources on both sides, even though Yamano not really allowed to activate effects. Yes, Pan can take care of the Secretarian Dragon, but how far behind are you going to be by that point? You know that there is a Flame in the Fallen and the Virtuous. That Flame, honestly, in this game state, could also be incredibly painful. Fallen?
That's a whole lot. We are going to target here. Monster to try to destroy it. Star Source is going to leave the field real soon.
And I think once again, it's not about the card that we're dealing here with right now, as it was earlier with the Sting as well, but it is more so about the card we get into the graveyard in that process, as we have sent Rindbram there into the graveyard through the Fallen of the Witchers, which now will be able to bring our Fallen.
I am exhausted.
Fallen and of Albas.
Yeah,
all the
absolutely.
We're going to keep going.
All of a sudden, you can just bring back these Fallen of the White Dragon on the field.
This match is cool.
Special summon.
That Serpentine Dragon killed him.
On the field, and there is another interaction.
Wait.
Albaz.
If we go into Fallen of Albas and we fuse away the Arthalion, then you can Albalinatus with all of the other monsters there. Then you still have Rahu. If that is another last useful card in hand that works with Rahu, we might have a game on our hands.
Or maybe if your heads up here,
no.
Okay, I was going to say you could banish your own Mirror Jade, but this works too. But yeah, no, he's left an Albaz and a Secretarion, which is a cardinal sin in the in the matchup here. So are we going to see a potential punishment for this?
That is going to be 3 material.
Is the extra deck glowing right now? Is it glowing yellow? And then you click in there. Oh, Albal and Albus, even though I have no monsters, let's make all of your monsters into one of mine now. But in the game A, it seems like we already are finding a decision to this overall match, as it looks like Glory Future is attacking there multiple times due to the ability of the back-to-back for a game here and for the finals for Team Glory Future. And you can see them already celebrating, even though this game is still here ongoing. They have secured their spot in the finals.
Yeah, Glory Future might just be the present and might just be able to reach the final and to get the title. I mean, that's actually insane. Look at how happy they are. That's so good. That's so cool to see them being that happy, being that relieved.
I wonder what time the finals are. I need to see.
This duel and went into the final.
But we're playing for the stats, right? We still gotta keep this one going. Even though this game is all of a sudden, after this big Alvalinato swing, not looking so good anymore. Yes, you got rid of that Rahu, and that is a big push. However, the last card in hand, being a Ketu, is actually quite powerful, especially after you have taken away the Secretarian Dragon. So you can go for your own Arthalion to bounce one more card. You have it. I don't think that's enough to out-resource your opponent, though.
Exactly, that's the problem, because we are not going to have enough interaction after that. The Albalinatus doesn't bring a whole lot to the table. Same for the Arthalion. And yeah, the K2 is going to bring a little bit, but not that much on the opponent's turn. He's going to have a whole lot of resources to just get back to the game, and you're going to be out here. You can just do the Secretarian
on that end as well. And it's so funny to see the emotions here from Team Glory Future. Both of his teammates already celebrating and incredibly happy. Himself already, you can see him smiling every couple of seconds, but still ready to play this out, ready to make this a good stat line for himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is so many resources. When you get the Secretarian Dragon to resolve, you're shutting off any potential counterplay from your opponent. You can get back this Albaz, which hasn't used its effect yet. I don't think we've even used Rahu, so we still have Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon available to us. There's quite a lot still left in this match. There's going to be quite a lot of resources still going.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Yuki is getting cooked here a little bit. I wonder if he cares. Honestly, I mean, we're playing this out for the stats. Of course, you want to win your game as well, but still, I think if you know
he get cooked a little bit.
WCS, if you're losing this one.
I mean,
and I'm exhausted. It's almost 5 o'clock.
Win all the games.
Winning feels always good. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Whatever is at stake.
4:36 a.m.
You want to do.
Does that Cartesia do anything?
You can just summon regular Fallen of Albaz.
Oh, that's true. Oh my
We haven't done that yet, yep. We have been doing a lot of fusion summoning, but that route we have not gone down just yet.
I mean, you would give up on the 5 mana in your hand, but I guess that's something that you have to accept at some point.
Yeah, I think that's not that much of a problem. You just special summon the Mirror Jades, it's another layer of interaction, you get rid of the opponent's field, and on top of that, I mean, your opponent just have to go through the Mirror Jade, which might be a problem.
But you're not...
We're protecting one of our
Oh, that is so good!
Here.
That is so good, because the Alvalinatos can't be used as fusion material, so that is just gonna do nothing. That Fallen of Albaz was negated by the Horn, but not how you think it did it.
That worked out really funny.
Oh my goodness, Yuki! You demon.
That was very well played, actually. And now we are going to go into the Link Summon.
How are we not locked at this point? That's
the magic of this deck, literally. That's crazy. We're going to play the Branded Fusion, and that's the right timing to activate a 5 mana and to try to just stop the opponents into his tracks.
That's insane.
Okay, Yuki hasn't even used 5 mana yet. All right, we are chill.
They're going.
Not that good.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there a second Secretary? No, it's Gulamal coming back right now.
And now we're resolving the Verta Anaconda, using itself and also the Fallen of the White Dragon. So immediate access to Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. So yeah, we're using Lucias, we're using 5 mana, but I'm not necessarily sure why
no overframe Mirror Jade in 2026 is insane.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as well. This Gulamau has already been used this turn?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
has,
has.
very
It
early,
has.
actually.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is probably the longest Draco Tail turn I've seen for a while. Normally it does a lot very efficiently, but yeah, some games you just keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
You attack for 500 damage over an Albalinatus, and that is going to actually even give us a Branded Fusion in the end. Oh no, we've started with Branded Fusion,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, what a... Is that the in-game timer? Because that was, as you mentioned,
Oh!
very, very, very long-winded turn there. We played for a lot of things, but no timer left. Luckily, this one doesn't matter as much as the outcome of the match was already decided with Team Glory Future. Yeah, they're having their future on the horizon now for Sunday because they will be participating in the finals of the WCS here in Tokyo.
Finally, they can live in the now. What an absolute blast, a masterpiece of Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially that last set. In the first ones, you had the idea that some of these games were decided by who goes first, no interactions, full combos. Not in this one. It was an absolute... yeah, festive Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, yeah, I really like the games. This
Was that
last
it?
round was absolutely amazing. It was back and forth, you know, every single time during this duel, during this Draco Tail mirror. But I also liked the Sky Striker. The fact that this strategy was still very good. You know, all these grind games, I really love them. In general, that's totally deserved, and I hope that they're going to do a great final tomorrow.
I mean, they are going to be the day after tomorrow, but they're going to be in the finals with the Sky Striker deck. But one thing also very noteworthy, finally the Japanese region has made it into the finals of the Master Duel category because they have been really having some good performances, but they were lacking that big breakthrough performance all the way into the finals. I mean, it was sure to be before the semi-final even started because both of them came from Japan, but with one of them now in the finals, that is very cool to see.
And I mean, nobody deserves more than Tusk, right?
Yes.
Mr. Master Duel Suzuki, incredible player, has won
No,
more
yes, I
DC
did.
Cups than any other person on the planet by a landslide. And they are qualified for Sunday for the big show. We're going to see a glorious final there as well. But of course, we're not finished for the day.
We are not indeed. So we've seen a Japanese team go through. Who will be the other contestant? On the one hand, we're going to have Team Ruination, and on the other hand, we're going to have Team Called by Army. So Team Ruination with the team that took down their own group 5-0 and won. And we're going to see the challengers who came second in the other group. A great match.
We are going to see that after a very short break, so stay tuned and we will be right back.
Alright, so what's the next match? This is a long stream. 4 hours. So we are currently at semifinal 1, semifinal 2. Ending. Alright, so let's keep going. In the meantime, I'm playing 20-minute break. Yeah, I was gonna play my Odin, but we got a 20-minute break, right? So, I tell you what, 20-minute break. Let's do this. Acha! Hold on. There we go. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. About 5 minutes ago, I almost fell asleep on stream. It's a long stream. And it's 4:43 in the morning where I'm at. So let's kill Anybody watching me, this is what we're playing. Dark Lord, Despia, and Brandon. Oh, probably do a quick match. I just want to kill some time. Is this the first time I've ever seen? Everybody in Master Duel must be watching. Alright, we good. I'm not sure what's going on there. I can make a lot happen with that. Oh! What's that? Yeah. Dex, what up, bro? I am exhausted, bro. I've been up since like 11 o'clock on stream, watching the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships. It's still not over yet. I need to keep an eye on the clock. Well, I can hear it in my ears. And Dex, I dropped a new video earlier. I just jumped in here real quick. Yeah, I'm alright, bro, man. Alright, let me check this clock real quick. I can hear the game in the background. Oh, we got 13 minutes. Did it go back to my game on the stream? Why is this not back on my game? Oh, sorry guys, hold on. Oh, there we go. think Malice was just in the World Championships earlier. Hey, hey everybody, welcome to my stream. How's the duels, man? I just picked up a duel real quick while the World Championship was on a break. It's going into the second part of the semifinals. I figured I'd just jump on here real quick. All right, come on, Malice. So I can super poly you. Who won the World Championships? I fell asleep earlier. Well, Sam and them got their ass whooped. I think they placed like 5th or something. Another team just lost and they went to the finals. They're playing like Cool Tunes and I think Brandon Draco Tail. And then the other 2 teams that's about to come up are from like Germany, I think. I don't know. I hope they run out of time. Yeah, I can't lie, man. And then, like, the guys that are, like, hosting the World Championship, like, okay, you got A, B, C, right? The matches. They're showing the more boring matches all the time. Like, down in the corner, in the small little corners, like, earlier you had Cool Tunes and Brandon going to war while they're watching a boring Cupsy match. I'm like, bro, go to the Drake Hotel match. Oh. Oh, okay, that's gonna work. Okay. Activate a card effect. You contribute one of your link monsters card points to negate the activation. If you do banish that card. Huh. Let's see if they do what I need them to do. I should just super poly them. And pop that. Right? Let's see. This card is banished. Okay. Yeah, I think I am. I already got that coming in no matter what. Ooh. Let's leave that in my graveyard just in case. Super and pop. So we gotta take that card out. Alright. Oh. Alright, so we better control. Then if you control a last link monster, you gain life points. Alright, so. Bounce the extra deck monster back. Oh. With... Oh, Mirror Jade. You're right. So let's get rid of him for now. Pop that. And then let's yeah. Did I do this right? But they haven't selected what monster they're gonna pick. They got a lot. You can tell them any 3 cards banish them. So you want to get rid of that. Alright, so who can get banished and come to the field? So we want to get rid of... Alright, so the one I already picked. Bounce. Yeah, that's what I did. I didn't mean to bounce. Wait a minute. Yeah, return those back. Darn. He took Rembert out. Okay. There's nothing I can do about that. I hate this deck, man. Come on, just play a card. They should be starting any minute now. Golly. We're not in the World Championships, bro. We don't got 5 minutes. Yeah, bro. It's... Damn. I probably should have kept that in my hand. I mean, kept that in the graveyard. That might have been stupid. These motherfuckers took my Rembrandt. Oh my God, here go the banish. They drew gold sarcophagus. They didn't have this on the first turn. No, this is what I'm worried about Malice. This is where I said I might have messed up. Oh, Ash that. If they take the Ecclesia out of my graveyard, that could be problematic. Oh. Oh my God, this card again. I should have just used it for all
One
that.
last time today, it is time to welcome you back to the second semi-final
Come
of
on.
the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship live here from Tokyo.
Well, that's fine. We can
We
listen
have
to it
just
real
made
quick
sure
while we
in the
finish
first
this out.
semi-final that there is
Bro, they've
glorification
got to
for
be
the
running out of
semi-final,
time.
but there's still one
There's
more
no
spot
way
in
they're
the
not running out of
semi-final.
time right
The four
now.
of us are excited to find out who that is going to as we have which matchup.
We have Called by Army versus Ruination.
We do.
And those teams are insane. I mean, we even saw
They gotta be
Called by
running out of
Army
time.
in the first match of
Yeah.
the day, and they lost.
Look at their
hard, but
first
they
turn.
came back. Mentality Monsters versus the so far undefeated team, Ruination.
Yeah, absolutely, but we've seen that before. Being undefeated doesn't mean that you are,
I fucking
sure
told
to win.
y'all.
Basically, so, well, Called by Army, it is their time to shine. It is their time to show that they have what it takes to just reach the final and win this semi-final. 5 games to win, to be there, and to be able to face
Damn it, man.
final. For now, we're going to main phase 1, and it starts pretty well because we get access to Rico.
Draw check. No draw.
Yeah, but there is Dominus Purge here on the Rico's effect. We are going to see James, the cool tune Synchro, so well, be able to just Synchro summon afterwards, adding the Rotary, using Battle Monsters, and being able to special summon the R,
Yeah, that's a wrap.
the Trackmaker.
This is the pro Droll moment. You didn't
Oh.
use Droll the first time, just specifically.
Oh, they're out of time. They're running out of time.
So Rotary and Track.
Oh, they're running out of time.
Next level Yu-Gi-Oh!
Just imagine. But for now, no, we are going to be able to look for this wonderful field spell, and we'll take it for main.
Yeah, I don't care. Banish it.
That's pretty interesting.
That's a huge
Indeed.
hand against the Kyutian deck.
Exactly, because we have access to the quick play spell, which will allow us to just add some unknown cards, which is so important against the quick play strategy. You want to remove the knowledge
Alright.
that they have on your hand and on your top deck. And yeah,
Alright,
this
what's
is
the
also
trap
pretty
card they
great.
laid?
That is a card that
True.
is not great into many.
They're
decks
running
at
out
the
of time,
moment,
though.
But against this deck, being able
Yeah,
to
they're
the monster that they want to see.
Especially some of you when
on
you can
your
gain
turn
equal.
is just so incredibly strong.
Yeah, that
What's
is
my thing? What's
absolutely
my joint? What's my
terrifying
joint?
for Cool Tune. Like Cool Tune is very good if your opponent has a slightly subpar hand. You see it, you know exactly what to play around. Maybe you give them a slightly worse card on the top of the deck. But when you see a hand that is all gas,
They
4
negate
life cards,
anything?
one very
Can you
powerful
negate?
breaker. This is going to be a really
You could
tough
tribute
hand.
one anywhere
Some
and
players,
negate.
Cool Tune, I asked Triff, how do you beat this deck? And he just said, dude, show me
Damn
some
it.
spells. And that's exactly what Abdullah just did.
I gotta
4
wait,
spells in hand,
so cancel.
Nothing else. That is
Ah.
really a tough ask for the deck. And this is one of the moments where you
That's alright.
want to have an elf card. really up.
True that, exactly. You want to have more ceiling because we know that the Kulchun strategy sometimes is a bit in trouble when you see those cards in hand, and that's why historically the Branded strategy, for example, but also the Sky Striker strategy were pretty good at dealing with the Kulchun strategy. So how are we gonna play our turn? We want this Zelin, of course, but we also want some other cards to add. For example, some non-engine cards which would be able to try to prevent Abdullah from extending.
But you mentioned that the Elf Lord cards would be good here. I think with the Earthbound Stone Sweeper starting off our turn, that is kind of a signal already that this ain't the combination of the two Synchro archetypes, but rather a more pure version of the Q-Tune deck.
Yeah, this is where you're really tested as a Cool Tune player. You've seen the hand. Most players can play it when they see a weak hand. You put a weak card on top of the queue. But when you see a hand as a field breaker, how much do you commit to the field? How can you organize your field so that you've got as much interaction coming from the hand rather than from the field? This is going to be a really tough puzzle.
Just to chime in on the other two games, I think in Duel C we're going to see some Cool Tune versus the Branded deck, and that looks rather even right now. It's not too impressive field versus a special summon Ecclesia, but on the other side, on Duel B, this is full Fairy Tale Augustus combo. That is huge. That's going to be hard to answer.
Yes, it's interesting because Abo actually was known for playing this Branded Draco Tail deck, and it feels like
have I normal summoned this turn?
In his tournament run
Yeah,
so
normal summoned a Luber.
From the Magistus Fairy Tale.
Oh, yeah.
Option, and once again, even here,
Yeah.
in the first game, decided to ring it right away.
Actually, yeah, this is very interesting because in Duel A, we saw that there was the Ash Blossom, which was brought by the Kulchun Q, and that's very, very interesting because we said that we wanted some hand interaction, and the fact that the remix will be able to add back the Ash is, of course, very good.
Draw phase priority, Book of
Okay, they're running out of time.
There it is. Remix can't activate yet. You can't add that Ash Blossom back to it. If you use the remix now, yes, you're going to get your Ash Blossom in your hand, but the monster you're summoning is going to be put face down immediately, and it has never the time to activate. So Book of Eclipse in this one, massive.
But I think that he's still very well played. I mean, you want to do that play.
56.
You want to add back that Ash, because otherwise the Book of Eclipse would just have nullified your field. So that's the most that you can do out of what you have.
I'm just curious why we didn't end on the Zalen.
Yeah, that's it.
If we see the Book of Eclipse.
Because you have the ability to chain something else, so it will not have the effect to negate the Book of Eclipse.
But then at least the Zalen gets
Yeah, I am.
guess, because they will always chain something to the thing you are responding with. So, I mean, that requires you to sort of waste the Q-Tune synchro.
I'm kind of begging on time right now.
You get the Ash Blossom, and the Ash Blossom will be able to do whatever you want. While the Zelin, you can chain the card that you don't care about, and after that, you don't want to negate.
I don't think I'll get it, but
Yeah, you're still going to get the Rotary and Eclipse. You can see whatever was
that's it, man.
for turn, because we didn't actually synchro summon the Q last turn, so we don't know what it is. And then Rotary, I suppose it could put something back. I don't really see the point of that.
Oh, the Crocea being chained!
I swear they had to have like 5 seconds left.
2 more cards after that. Oh, that's so scary. That's so scary for the Kulchun player.
It's alright. I held in there.
Is there a way to make this Crocea not be an Ash Blossom?
It's rough, right?
Alright, let's get back to this. I just wanted to pop in real quick. I'll make sure I do dual streams tomorrow.
You can chain something like Mystical Space Typhoon, but it depends on what you have in hand.
I mean, we know his hand entirely, right? There is a Tanky in there.
Yeah,
and then
because
there
Crocea
is a Radiant Typhoon Chant, and I don't think we have Mystical Space Typhoon, so I think it's going to be hard to get this resolving, and the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring will most certainly
let's see what's
stop
going
it
on here.
at some point.
Yeah, Crocea is almost certainly the highest value target to negate. Maybe we're fishing. Oh, we are. There is a way to stop this Crocea getting Ash Blossom. You can chain the vision.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen some great matches though.
So when the Crocea is summoned,
one thing's for sure, these ain't no ranked duels. There wasn't no ending in like 1 turn, 2 turns.
Oh, there is Mystical Space Typhoon. Okay.
The risk is that you don't draw a quick play or another Radiant Typhoon card, and you just have to discard the Crocea. Always a possibility. But you could just add Mystical Space Typhoon with Vision anyway. So quite a lot of options.
We do. We do it the same way. Yes.
We don't risk it.
Space Typhoon.
That is so well played by Abdullah. What a big sequence to ensure that this Crocea might just be met with an Effect Veiler or an Infinite Impermanence. But I'm quite curious to see. We have played around the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. I think I know what stays on top.
But what if one of the set cards is just simply infinite?
That's a bet, Andy. I got you, bro.
Deal with this Crusea here could very well happen. It is an infinite impermanence from Sana, just shutting down all the effort that Abdullah was putting up here.
And the Ash Blossom is still such a threat now in hand. We have, I think, another Mystical Space.
This might be the first decent match they've shown today.
Through this.
Yeah, that's pretty hard, to be honest.
Tenki still, right?
We have Tenki, yeah.
By the way, we have the first game being done, and Toast just keeps on toasting his opponents here with his Q-Tune deck, and is bringing Ruination into the lead.
Hey yo, that one Cool Tune deck has been crushing it. Crushing it and crushing it.
All the interactions, but the fact that we have Infinite Impermanence in front of us, I mean, it nullifies everything that we did before, and now we have not greatest follow-up. We are actually going to attack with the Crusea.
It's important because otherwise you get a draw on the end phase.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
But the downside of this now, if there's a Cool Tune Synchro face down, we have access to a Synchro because you have the hand effect.
Cool Tune's going to win the chip this year.
It was a very cool play, but it was very much all in to try and resolve that Crusea. And when it didn't resolve,
it's either going to be Cool Tunes.
It feels like the game has just completely stalled for him.
I mean, you said the
it's going to be Cool
Tunes. But I don't think there's any upsides anymore in this game for Abdullah.
From what I've seen, it's going to be Cool Tunes.
Just Crusea, his opponent has 100% of the knowledge. There's a Vision set, and the other card.
Or Sky Striker.
Mystical Space Typhoon. And I mean, here's everything.
This is the kind of situations where...
Man, Sky Striker need a hit. Sky Striker's been the other dominant when I've been watching. Like, I've seen a Sky Striker deck twice on this stream come back from nothing.
And I mean, this is how you solve the problem, basically. Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom, and that's it. But, I mean, that
like, they just had, a Sky Striker guy earlier, came back against a full Zodiac, MST board.
Just closing out this game there with his Magister's Fairy Tail deck, giving the thumbs up as well to his friends in his team.
Now a Rekko extra normal summon. I think that Sana is just going to, as he is the captain, close this out rather quickly in this turn. Rekko, of course, being able to recover the rotary from...
This is why they put Cool Tunes in the game before TCG. So Cool Tunes can win the chip, and then they're going to ban it. They're going to hit it.
Keep synchro summoning, you get to the B2B, and after that, I mean, it's just a matter of time before you just win the game. The Zaleen is there as well to try to prevent your opponent from activating anything. We are still going to activate the Mystical Space Typhoon, but I'm not even sure it's going to resolve.
Yeah, you can sail on it. Easy. Oh, you can just also Cool Tune Synchro to chain to that. That also does work.
Yeah, no need to throw away the sail, and you can just keep it until your opponent tries to interact with you. You don't need to worry about this Mystical Space Typhoon. Just don't lose to some random Nibiru or Sheena or something from Abdullah.
Certainly, that Mystical Space Typhoon now gone. And looking like Sana is just able to cruise home. Abdullah, so far, the most successful team captain out of all of the participating teams. 12-3 was his score in the group stages, which is outrageous to even imagine. But this might be another loss added here to his overall stat line, as it looks like in the duel of the captains here, Sana is probably going to take this one down.
That is just RS B2B pop the Crusea, right? That is just the easiest game that you could ever imagine, because B2B does not only attack twice, it makes every one of your tuners attack twice in one battle phase. And if you have an RS that has 4,700 attack points, I'm sure game there.
Yeah, it's going to be game, of course, here. So it's going to be a 2-1, but still very
This is a great match
to play, in my opinion. We see another chart.
They're cooked.
On the top of the deck, still the same chart.
Probably the same one, yeah.
Yeah, the same one. He's going to stay on the top of the deck.
Maybe until the very next game.
It's going to be Cool Tunes versus
already almost celebrating
Sky Strikers in the finals. Watch.
Honestly, maybe they should keep their composure a little more.
I think he was just celebrating that he gets to play Yu-Gi-Oh again now, because he was just watching this game that was so lost for like 2 minutes already, and he was like, okay, finally it's over, we can play again, I want to toast some more opponents.
Certainly so, and yeah, it feels like every single team member there is fulfilling a role. Like Toast just completely being in the zone with his Q-Tune deck there. It feels like he just knows exactly what he's doing, because we see Toast leaning over to his other teammates, oftentimes giving them advice, but it seems like Toast always totally in control of his own game, and then being the reliable source to also teach the others. And then Abo, Fusion summoning, as long as
Sorry, y'all, I had to
Fusion
wake my
around,
girlfriend
he
up
will
for
be
work.
happy too, so both of his
Cool
decks,
Tunes isn't
of
a
course,
threat to me if
working
my
mainly
hand
with
doesn't
that
break.
strategy.
Yeah, I don't worry
They're
about
going
Cool
to be a
Tunes no more.
huge factor
I
in
know I
these
hate
hands.
Yeah,
Malice.
absolutely, but you stated something which is very important. You know, the fact that the team members, they have some different ways to approach the game. Some of them, we've seen that before with, for example, Jesse Cotton, who was very focused on his game.
Yeah.
He wasn't talking a whole lot. He was very, like, in the zone, basically, while some other players, they were always talking, exchanging about the game. Even when their own game was there, wanted to help their teammates. This is some different approach, and there is not a better approach, in my opinion. You just have to find your own way to manage to win the game, because it is all it is about, winning the game. For now, 2-1, but it's not won yet. We've seen some relief in some places, but we've seen before that you can just get the comeback. It's all about winning the 5 games to be able to be in the finals. The pressure must be insane on the shoulders. How will they deal with that? That's the question.
Both teams qualifying through the regional qualifiers not that long ago. One from the Asian region, one from the European, African, and Oceanian region. But only one of them also
that's
able
right.
to
It's
go
3
into
rounds,
the World
huh?
Championship finals here. Let's find out whether that is already going to be decided here in the second set, as Sabadak here in our main feature in Duel C will be able to go first against Abo Hamut.
But our Hamut also has some interactions, does play the Fuwalos, and is, of course, most of the time on that Draco Tail branded strategy, and a fine mana is a good going second, let me tell you.
Insane, because we see the double draw low bird on Duel A, chained to the Cool Tune Synchro. That's actually very, very good.
Sabadak doesn't commit into the Fuwalos that hard with his own Radiant Typhoon deck. Notoriously known to be a deck that can play into Fuwa decently well. With the Zodiac cards in your deck as well, of course, you are losing out on access to that, but just the regular Radiant Typhoon Crit can oftentimes be enough.
The trick is just don't draw the Zodiac cards, you know? Just if your opponent Fuwas you, just leave the Zodiac cards in the deck, and then you can just play with your standard Radiant Typhoon line. You don't really need to make anything apart from the Link 2, so giving your opponent 1 draw, I think you're very happy with. But he's going in the tank a bit here. He has a Zodiac card.
It is 5 a.m.
to give your opponent.
When this is done, guys, I'm going to sleep for a few hours. Get up, shower.
So once again here with the red peer that he started off with.
Handle a couple things, and then I'll be back on stream later on today.
In fact, the end board of Abdullah. Now Sabadak is going to summon out the Sven. Going to see if he's going to end up.
Oh no, we good right now, Andy. I'm good. I'm not done till
Maybe the approach is simply easier to go vision.
It's this round. It's one more round after this, or one more match after this, one more round, and then I'm done. Once they cut this, I'm done.
Being down 1 card, enough interruptions for their lowered amount of pushes.
In this situation,
They bored me the first 3 hours, showing the most boring matches.
Not draw a lot of cards, but first you have to see what you have in your own hand. If you have some hand interactions, then you can end up on a pretty decent field and not make him draw too many cards. But if you don't have a whole lot, you are kind of forced to go into the XYZ plays, for example.
Well, now there is
Yeah, you won't get that off.
This card was not in the opening hand, or maybe they contemplated a long time whether they need to negate the Fuwa loss.
Yeah, they're cool.
Now, with the 2 cards drawn off of the Radiant Typhoon Vision, surely we need to stop this Maxi, as not only the Cresea wants to be summoned, but most likely also that Link 2.
Yeah, let's stop that Maxi right now. Yeah, you would really stop the Link 2 in its
it's over.
If you had the Maxi. It is one of those hands, actually, where you could feasibly not make the Link 2, because you can just pick up the trap with Cresea instead. When you have access to enough Radiant Typhoon cards, you don't actually need to make the Link 2, but it does add 2 more, so you really want to.
I think in this position, when you're playing versus Draco Tail branded, if it is Draco Tail branded, I think you really want to add the trap here, because the deck is notoriously hard to play on low cards in hand, right?
Yeah, I like it. But I mean, this card provides.
I gotta
you
be up
with
in
a
2
good
hours to help
option,
mom wake
though.
up.
Adding
She's
that
got a
there,
meeting
and
this morning early. She
after
wasn't feeling
seeing
good yesterday. I gotta help her
Abu
get ready
on
on
the
time today.
first set playing
All right,
these
Andy, bro, go take
Magistus
care of Mom
Fairy
Dukes,
Tail
bro.
deck, now we see
I see you later on. We'll be on stream
is
later.
that deck
We'll be
on
on
the
stream later on,
lineup
bro.
for
I got
Call
us.
by Army and Duel B. So that deck all of a sudden making waves here, being represented in multiple top 14 lineups.
Called by Army, living up to their name with Called by the Grave. Do you think there's just like an aura thing? Like if we call ourselves Called by Army, we're just going to draw Called by the Grave?
Maybe it works.
On the round 1 feature, actually, it was some karma because they kept on getting called by there in that one. But here, it looks like it's working out a lot more into their favor. I see. Oh, we see one of the very first super.
Yup, Andy.
polarizations
Appreciate you for
Duel
coming
B, and
through,
it's a
Andy.
big
Thank you
one,
so
I
much,
think.
bro.
Oh my.
We're gonna see Trident and Artemis together for a Zora. I haven't seen
crazy.
that all the time.
Yeah.
But we see multiple Fairy Tail duelists in this matchup. That is really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, this is kind of a very good scenario for Radiant Typhoon here. You really don't need to play into Fuelos that much. And maybe that's the reason why we haven't seen as many copies of Fuelos as we might have expected, because a lot of decks can play very efficiently into it.
That's such a strong field versus a Fuelos, versus just 5 cards in hand now. Abuhamot has to find a way to play through this. Do you play Fairy Tail or do you play the Draco Tail branded strategy?
Yeah.
To be fair, the Draco Tail branded deck doesn't have that great of a matchup into the Radiant Typhoon deck either, so there is definitely argument to be made that this could just be the Fairy Tail deck again.
We're gonna see that real soon, but to be honest, Subata played it very, very well. He played right into the Fuvalos, and he just gave 1 draw, which is pretty good, considering the fact that he got access to the trap card, he got access to the monster negate as well, and now I think that we hope for Abomo that he's just playing the Fairy Tail strategy. Otherwise, it's gonna be very hard to go through this field.
It is Draco
not.
Tail. If somebody can do it on this deck, it may as well be Abuhamot.
And that's already a critical point, right? If this Rahu does not resolve, it's gonna be super tough. But if it does resolve, the Mystical Space Typhoons aren't too incredible here against this. Okay, do we have a response?
Yeah, we have some ways to play around that.
Oh,
We
no
definitely have some.
response. But maybe there could still be Fallen and the Virtuous from
Exactly.
Abuhamot's side. And there is
Yeah.
Fallen and the Virtuous! So this Rahu Draco Tail most likely going to resolve.
Targeting the mandate as well is so strong here. Of course, the Varuron can
Okay,
just
Brandon.
reactivated from the graveyard because a quick play spell was activated. We're gonna get an extra draw in here as well, but that was so strong. Everyone is going to get this Rahu off and is going to get some more resources for the end phase.
So that's a first step, which is of course very, very good. We had to get this Rahu to resolve, and the Fallen the Virtuous was of course critical right here. Now we have to get some more fusion monsters right away, because I mean there are still some things on the field that you want to get rid of. It's not gonna be that easy still.
Draco Tail is one of those decks where it's so powerful if you can get that first fusion summon off. If you don't get the first fusion summon off, the deck falls
So
over
hard. Yeah.
very, very quickly. But once you get that first fusion summon, all of a sudden you're getting non-target pops, non-target negates. It's very hard to interact because all of the cards
Just
go
in
on
case any
the
of my
same
guys
and
pop
what's
back
probably gonna
in,
be
man.
really
And
happy here
Rue,
that they did actually manage to get the fusion summon. If they're just
and
reaction or
the
something like that,
decks,
Zebedee
I
just games
appreciate
look
all you guys
very,
for
very
constantly.
different right now.
Prince, I appreciate all you guys for stopping through tonight. Well, tonight into the morning, man. Appreciate you guys.
Which could be set. That's a good point.
And anybody else that's came through and viewed, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
To have to find a solution for that.
If you're looking at A and B, both of those duels are heavily in favor of the Called by Army, so you definitely do not want to lose all of your momentum immediately. From a 2-1 lead to a 4-2 deficit would be crazy. bad for you. So you kind of really want to get at least one game. But
if after that you win 5-4, that's a statement.
That's true.
Uh-oh. Damn!
Some celebrations.
Down in the corner, that's one done.
He's making the gesture. He has to stay quiet. He has to stay calm.
Oh, Dex, I was shouting all you guys out, man. You guys constantly come through, man.
Abdullah being so successful in the group stages, he has now lost both of his games, and it is on Habomu to sort of save this second set here, but there is the Vibrant Vortex ready to negate that graveyard effect of Urgula here.
Yeah, we had the choice. Do you want to put Arthalion as Chailing 1 or do you want to put Urgula as Chailing 1? Which one is more important to resolve? And we've chosen to resolve Arthalion instead.
Ooh, here comes Radiant Typhoon Ascendance. We're going to bring back what would always be the Crusea. There it is. And I think this will be our access point to the second big main deck monster of the Radiant Typhoon deck, which would be the Phoenix.
I don't think that one does too much anymore here, because you need to activate a quick play spell to get it out of the hand into the field. And you only have one more.
Fair, fair.
So getting to trigger it is really hard, because the only quick play spell that Abomut is playing is probably...
You're right, you're right.
Another, the Fall into Virtues that he's already used. Purge is being used on K2, and that is so hard. The thing is,
Ayo, they've used, I've seen nothing but Purge
added this card back, so
this whole time.
There is a chance.
Purge, purge,
Fall
purge, purge,
of the
purge,
White
purge.
Dragon had something to get Fallen of Albus into play.
Yeah, Fallen of the White Dragon feels like the only card that can save Abomod right now, or maybe a way to get into it, like Branded in High Spirits, discarding the Cartesia. Let's see how he can carry on, but there's still cards in hand. Can't really use a quick play spell, otherwise that Ponix is going to make a fast appearance.
You see the motions shifting here. All of a sudden, the team of Called by Army is much more active in their chairs. They have woken up. They see that this may be their match to be won. And they are all of a sudden in total control of this. And on the other end, you can tell that Ruination isn't as happy with their situation anymore.
Absolutely, we are going to enter battle phase, which means that we don't have a whole lot. We talked about the Fallen of the White Dragon, which would have been a fantastic card to play, but there is no Fallen of the White Dragon. We are just going to set a card, and it's surely not going to be enough, even if we can activate the Titanic Lad in the end phase to get some more resources during the opponent's turn.
I mean, we can possibly summon out the
Fallen of Albus.
Fallen of Albus, discard the Cartesia, get that one back perhaps as well, because you can make a Mirror Jade, activate that Mirror Jade immediately.
This is big.
Take care of the Varuron.
This ain't over at all. It's still a winnable game, but there's another Mystical Space Typhoon, of course.
Wow. Yeah, you just gotta be wise when you use them. I use them playing DM.
So we can.
We're not Purge.
Impulse. Because not only we get rid of the set cards, we also remove the effect of the Fallen of Albaz, and all of a sudden we have nothing left on the field. Abomod will surely lose this one, and on top of that, we'll be able to recycle 3 more cards into our deck and be able to draw 1 more card. It looks very promising for team Called by the Army, to be honest.
I wonder how they get the cards to face the opposite way for the viewers. I'd like to be able to have mine like that for Meta Weekly.
8,000 damage on the table, but when you have a Ponix in hand that's going to clear up these 2 monsters on the field, it looks like just a formality at this point.
That is Radiant Typhoon Chant. Semi-limited, but still often accessed by basically almost any card in the deck. It's so easy. The deck still seems so consistent. You rarely see it bricking, and it certainly did not do so here for Sabadak.
Especially since you added the Zodiac cards into it, right? Brock Bolt just makes the deck so incredibly consistent, but you don't even need consistency anymore. You have so much, you just need to win, and that is going to be fairly easy from that point on. So the last European team is now down 2-4 in just a second versus the last Korean team.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can see on their faces that they are just waiting for the game to end. They are probably already thinking about the last games that they are going to have to win. The Great Fly being summoned, of course, you want to end the game. And yeah, it's just a matter of minutes of actions to just end this. Now, what are you gonna do, Team Renation? Because you look literally disappointed. You have to get back on track. You have to get that mental up and to win those 3 games if you wanna just see the finals.
Yeah, this is tough for them. They've been coasting in that last round. Obviously, they were 5-0. They must have been on top of the world. And now in a matter of minutes, it must have been going from 2-1 up to 4-2 down. Really going to have their backs against the wall. They're going to have to lock in to see if they can steal it back and go 5-4. That's their only chance to go into the finals.
So the losing team got to win all three right here.
By Army, all of a sudden, down 2-1, being now up 4-2. Team Nation, it's going to be very, very hard, but I've got the feeling that they can do it. They've got what it takes to just win it.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's like a mod or something you can put in so that way yours can pop. So that way mine can be like that when I'm doing my own games.
They just have to focus and to remove everything from the mind.
In fact,
I wonder if there's a mod out there for that.
They have been down.
That'd be pretty cool. I would only use it for meta weekly. I don't care about regularly streaming. I don't care about regularly streaming with it. I just want it for meta weekly.
A little higher now. If they can just replicate that from previous rounds, there is still a chance.
Yep, just win some coin tosses and draw well, right? I think that is just what you need to do here. Easy peasy, just 3 coin toss wins here and not getting max seed. That would be something. Or having max seed and not getting called by the grave. That is also something that you can do. It's an option.
Or maybe even if you go second, if you do not manage to win the coin toss, we saw multiple of them having Molchami Fuvolos in their deck, meaning some teams have decided not to share that card, but it looks very much like that team has decided to share them. So even going second, that's additional options and opportunities for them.
Yeah, we've seen them get out of a lot of scrapes, obviously going 5-0, but they are against the Called By army. So if you go second, you know, you're going to face an army of Called By the Graves. Leo's going to make his fantastic joke again. It's just going to be a tough time.
It's going to happen.
It's funny, with the team name, they already gave away one of their shared cards, right?
Yeah.
Is that a mind game? Is that a meta game? I don't know.
I think it's a threat that you're telling your opponents. Like,
be careful. Hey,
try it.
Got a lot of Called By the Grave.
Yeah.
We will find out, though, who is going to make their way into the finals, as that will be decided in this third set. The stakes have never been higher for any of those players. The biggest match of their lifetime.
You can look it up. I think there's a mod app that allows you to
will be able to go first here.
Yeah, no, I don't want to cheat, bro.
Which is in fact the Dark Magician.
That's pretty hard though.
That is so
damn, that's pretty hard.
See that one right now. Toll says, let's.
I just want the one that'll block my cards.
Prepared for the cool tune strategy, so let's bring in some Malice, and I like those decks paired together because some of the counter decks they
well, I guess
like
that would be impossible.
This is so painful for the Malice to get Duel and Lockbirded.
I guess I never thought about that.
That's rough indeed. Okay.
Yeah, but I wonder how they're.
That could still work, but
I wonder how they're saying them.
Duel and Lockbird was one of the most measliest
I
cards
gotta look that up
against the Malice deck, but the modern version, the time-by-time hit Malice deck that it is nowadays is, it really struggles against Duel and Lockbird.
Because that's how we see it.
Comes on something that is not even the
but how they see it would be regular.
Yeah, Malice, one of those decks now, rather than setting up the most imposing field, instead you just draw so many cards, you set up a couple of negates, but the strength really comes from all the interaction you're going to have in the hand and all the follow-up you're going to have on the next turn. But Duel and Lockbird going to put a stop to most of that.
Yeah, actually, you will be able to build a field, but you will not have all this follow-up, which scares a lot of players. And all of a sudden, your field becomes a lot less scary. We'll see on which deck is
Malice.
But yeah, it's kind of a problem. The Drowned Lockbird, not as bad as before.
Speaking of a field that is not very impressive, in Duel C, Abdullah really not having the time of his life here.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if it got like an overlay or something to where I only need it for Meta Weekly. That's it.
On his side.
Oh, and Sabadak is just going crazy right now.
Yeah, I just need it for Meta Weekly.
Starting to link up some monsters, but has also resolved the Crusade already. So low chances of Zodiacs happening, but
because I still want to live stream at my Meta Weekly. Like, why wouldn't I? So that way all of us can hang out and watch Meta and be in, you know, I don't care if I get kicked out. I don't care if I get my ass whooped the first match. I would still like for my viewers to be able to see that. But at the same time, I don't mind regular ranked duels if somebody pops in, but I'd be pissed if somebody did it to me at Meta Weekly.
And I mean, Drowned Lockbird, and on top of that, the Ash Blossom, that starts being difficult to just build your field.
Yeah, and no card.
Okay, bro.
drawn
Appreciate
here. Luckily, you often wonder, you look at a card like the Malice Link and say, why would I want to maybe draw a card? But under Draw and Lockbird, it's actually fantastic that you don't have to draw a card if you don't want to, because it allows you to activate the effect and bring it back. Is there going to be any more follow-up from Toast, or is this just going to be it?
But we'll see, just to go back on that, Sabadak may have not a big field to face, but he also didn't produce anything necessarily there with only 3 cards.
There's a mystical space typhoon happening
trap
immediately.
zone.
Oh, and it just pops a droplet.
Okay.
Oh, Crosea is being summoned as well.
Uh-oh.
All of a sudden.
That is good.
But Toast is still debating. I think he's not even playing, he's just watching right now.
And yeah, and speaking about Drone Lockbird and Ash Blossom, we still have this combination on Duel A. The Drone Lockbird was being activated, Chain with a cool tune synchro, but there was the Ash Blossom. Very good combination.
sees a Dominus
So do they not have a
That
time
last
limit?
card in hand, Crosea. So that's still not great for Abdullah.
Turnover in draw phase basically already, punching for some damage, 2,200 with the Crusade and probably just passing afterwards. But Toast is still just meditating over the game state, has the white binder there. Perhaps, maybe there is somehow the chance to produce another body, go into a splash. He just needs 2 more bodies to go into a hard scripter. Has banished the TB11 previously.
Is there any chance that Cute Snail is thinking right now? Maybe about an end of main phase? Oh no, it's not, right? End of main phase, 5 mana or something like that?
I mean, we are seeing the animation in the spell trap zone that shows that it's Toast's priority.
They do.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
He doesn't have all the time in the world, right? You don't want to just.
Oh
use
no,
up
no,
all
you're
your
right,
time,
you're
and
right,
maybe
you're right,
this
you're
is
right.
some
Because
sort of
we just
tactic
watched
to
somebody lose by
maybe get
time
your
limit.
Opponent lose concentration on the game.
Abo, you saw that gesture? He's like, no, 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 no,
Yeah.
this ain't over just yet. So he's trying. This is the deciding set of the match. And it is called by Army only in need of 1 game. And they are producing monster after monster after monster in Duel A and Duel C. And they're not facing many monsters here in Duel A, Duel B either. Oh, quick GWC here. Ooh, so that was what we were thinking about. We could have used GWC on our own turn, but we decided
Yeah, I'm
not
learning
to.
that.
Instead,
You're
Sanada
absolutely right about that.
attacking for game, making sure that Called by Army is advancing to the finals.
That is
Wow.
crazy. So well played. We were focusing on Duel B and Duel C, but in the meantime, Duel A was already decided by Sana, by the team captain, getting his team into the finals of the WCS 2026.
This is it actually, and we see that Sana was really, really happy after his win. That's so cool to see. Like,
My
being able
girlfriend
to
was so
reach the
nervous.
finals must mean a lot, of course. We still have 2
I'm going to
more
bed after
duels,
this.
So this will be the last dance for Team Runation. They must want to win this game because I mean. you
Yeah,
don't
hey
have
Dex.
any more.
I know that once I really get good with that Dark Lord Brandon Despia deck, I'm gonna be the man with it. Same way I was with my DM deck.
Wants to distribute his own share here in this 3rd set, wants to make sure that his own statistics stay
And playing DM's
superb.
harder than
As
playing
he
Branded or
once again
playing Dark
decided to
Lord.
bring
It's
out
way
the
harder.
Megistus Fairy Tail deck, which now in fact is going to be represented in
Not a
the
lot of
finals
support.
of this tournament.
Yeah, it's such a cool deck, and it's so much fun to see all these spellcasters, which haven't really been so popular in previous years, but now...
Okay,
you've got a good
hey Dex, so here's my
fairy tale
question,
deck to
right?
base it off.
So they
All the
already
powerful
lost.
spellcaster support
We
that's
know
been
that.
Released is
What's the
just
point of
finding a
finishing?
home.
We already
It's so cool
lost.
to see all of these different strategies come together.
Absolutely true.
Summon the big boss monster Zora, and that one can also work as an extender because you haven't used the Artemis effect, so you are just having a
I mean, we're not going to the finals now.
as well in
I
one
guess
effect.
maybe the record.
With the Artemis that searches you, the Zora that can also still perhaps be normal summoned. I don't know.
Oh, they could tie break it though, huh?
We haven't
No,
used anything yet.
they needed one to go to the
I
finals.
think we've started out with a normal. Oh wait, there you go. Normal summon happening right there with the Zora. You gotta say though, still insanely strong performance by Ruination, but that will mean that both 1st place teams in the group stages, both undefeated 5-0 teams are going to be eliminated from the tournament. And instead, the 2 teams that came second will be meeting in the finals.
The curse hit again, and I can't feel like I've jinxed it a little bit. But that
yeah, but if right here is semi-final.
So times in the group stages already, but
oh.
Sometimes that's not how it goes.
But if it's semi-final too, I'm like, and we're not going to the finals, why not just?
Glory Future, they
I don't
are
know.
going
It could
to
just be
bring
me
us
thinking
a
like that.
worthy finals. I cannot wait for the Sunday where both of these teams clash against each other. They have been the ones to defeat the undefeatables of the other groups, and they are the ones who are going to. My goodness! Chill.
Yeah. Okay.
It's over already. Chill.
Wow. Is winning Duel C. So this might just be another sweep.
Wow.
After being down 2-1, this could be a 6-0 afterwards. We're playing out every single one of those 6 games. But you see there, Abo is basically saying to Abdullah, bro, we did so well. There is no need to be unhappy right now.
Look at that board.
I can only agree with that. They did such a crazy job. Nobody had them on the radar. It's the first time appearance of them at the World Championship. And still, they, from the very beginning, were ruling their strong group. And now they were putting up a fight here as well against Called by Army.
And Abdullah with an insane performance in the group.
God, I hate Fairy Tail.
12-3 in games. Now, of course, 12-6. But that is the finishing blast.
They
here.
swept him.
Called by Army defeats Ruination, crushes them in an immense 7-2 victory. And Called by Army is going to meet Glory Future in the finals of the WCS 2026.
I mean, that's actually insane. What a statement, being down 2-1.
Yeah, he showed all. He trolled him, didn't he? He trolled him.
Which means that they just
won
won 6 games in a row without being defeated. They are so happy and they deserve to be happy. They're going to have to prepare the finals well, but for now, they can just relax, enjoy, and just be happy to be in the finals. That was actually insane to watch.
Yeah, we were focused on Ruination saying, oh, they need the 3-0 comeback, but Called by Army were just like, you're not going to 3-0 us.
There was a 3-0.
We're going to 3-0 you.
I mean, honestly, what an amazing performance, and it's so beautiful to see an Asian team, 2 Asian teams indeed, in the finals of the Masters Duel WCS. Finally, it has never happened before. It was always EU versus NA, and now we have Japan versus Korea. That is absolutely beautiful.
I can't wait to see how that one will play out. 2 of the strongest performing teams overall. I mean, yes, we saw that the Called by Army was only 3-2 in the group stages, but the way and the scores they put up when they won, there was an 8-1, there was another 8-1. When they won in style, and that was another theme here for the semifinals as well, as they had that 6-0 streak there to make sure that they are advancing into the finals.
I mean, we've seen that being 5 or being 3-2 doesn't matter. Once you're in the semifinals, you just have to lock in and to win those games. You just remove what was before and you start over again from scratch. They won this one, they are in the final, and now they just have 5 remaining games to try to win the title.
Definitely true. So is it now time to just is it celebrate?
Nah, hey Dex, we all gotta get good.
Go slow. And
we all gotta get great in this next year.
I mean,
we got about what?
First of all, yeah, they have to congratulate
the last
themselves.
one was
They're
in.
Have a great meal.
They held that in
out
June,
together.
right?
They
The
must be best of
qualifiers.
friends.
It was like
And
May,
then you're gonna
June.
get to go and
Yeah, so
watch
we all
every
got about
single
9
match
months
that
to
the
get
other team
nice,
has played.
to
Probably
get
gonna watch
extra
your own
nice.
matches as well. Maybe see what you've revealed too. But yeah, what do you think, Jean-Alexis?
I mean, I would probably celebrate a little bit, as I would be happy to be there and to celebrate. There might be something that would be really, really cool, as we might have an announcement. Real soon.
Oh.
Would be very, very cool. Because yeah,
I thought that was on 1080p this whole time. My fault.
Great way to get more gems. We can
Come on, man. That's not a great way to get more gems. Just do all the stories in solo mode. There's 200 a wop for you. I'm sure they're about to do another Dice Rally event. You got the Duel Pass.
Download celebration campaign. You can literally purchase 2,100
the $1,000 gems one ain't bad to buy.
Not 2 but 3 times and receive 100 extra gems. And we are also running a WCS Celebration Gem Sale, so you can get the 2100 gem pack with 100 bonus gems once. In addition, there is an exclusive 1000 gem pack which is
Tell everybody how much they are.
web store.
You're making
So
it sound too good right
get
now.
more gems for your money. Be sure to visit Dakota web store to celebrate.
I'm going in. I am going in.
Hey Dex, we're gonna go for it this year.
Tonight
I just don't like the little extra events, like the fusion events and all that. That world event, I'm gonna try it again this year.
Oh, I totally agree. I've really enjoyed today. I hope everyone at home has really enjoyed today. We have locked in the finals. We've had two fantastic teams. We're going to see Called by Army on the one hand, and we're going to see Glory Future on the other. So be sure to check us out. We'll see the finals on Sunday along with the finals of the TCG, OCG,
yeah, with Duel
Rush
Pass.
Duel, Speed Duel.
If you
Sunday
go
is gonna
through
be a
solo
fantastic day.
mode,
It's going to be a celebration of all
you just
different
gotta make
types
sure
of
you
Yu-Gi-Oh!
click
And
all
of
of them
course,
to check
tomorrow we
for
will
them. But
see on
almost
Saturday
every
the
single
TCG,
story on there
OCG.
gives you
So I
200
hope
gems
everyone today's had a fantastic
for either
day.
a
Tune in
4 or
tomorrow,
5-star
tune in
duel
Sunday,
with your
and we'll
own
see you
deck.
then.
So. But everybody, man, thank you for tuning in. This was a 4-hour, 57-minute, and 20-second stream, which is insanity. I'll see you guys. I'm going to get some sleep. I'll see you guys in a few hours. I'll get up after I handle everything I need to handle for the day and everything. My whole day is clear. Then I'll be back to stream, and we'll stream for however long we stream for. There's not going to be a limit. I'm not doing no couple of hours. I'm going to try to go today. I'm going to try to push through a few hours. A lot of hours. So I see you guys later on, man. And thanks for tuning in, man. This was the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026 watch with Tech Duality, man. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Uh, damn.